Special CricHeroes.
And I'm like,
in ACM.
What would it take to take you guys?
They first used CricHeroes in 6 years ago. Now they shifted because US was using Crick Clubs, right? I spoke to Razak.
Yes, I mean, it's all up to Razak. I personally love CricHeroes. I use CricHeroes.
When I get to love chat,
Oh yeah, I can see what you mean. It's a toss point.
With boy, yes. And we have one camera now. I think he's live stream the match all time.
Here I am. That's really cool. Like, great.
Plus it goes on YouTube, so it remains there forever.
Yeah, well, I've unfortunately seen mine maybe months.
So you can do it automatically. You don't need to perform.
Plus if you have sponsors,
Do you think he can start at any of the local markets?
so obviously this is not CPI level, but I say there is a class of
Yeah, being cricket, I think cricket might be a cool thing for finishing. But that's the conversation we have as a format. So that's ALHC and cricket category that run
ये खत्म हो जाए उसके बाद दूसरा बैच खुलना ही पड़ेगा। अच्छा सेशन स्टार्ट
2 मिनट में सब लोग जाएंगे तो अपने फिर यहाँ पे खोल लेते हैं। अरे कल मैं शॉक्स देख रहा था लेकिन शॉक्स डेमो के लिए करनी मैंने छोटी अगर कल मैंने ग्रीन वाली साइड पूरी टाइट थी ये तो बैग ही है हाँ वो थोड़ा ब्लू हुआ तो देना मुझे बाद में डन
I'll follow up on it.
Zoom is 5x.
Sorry. I was thinking, you gotta show me how to do this. Show me how to go all the way. You're the only guy here. Come on, sorry, let's go, show me. You gotta show me how to do it. I gotta do it. You're the guy. Here we go. Oh, yeah. No, here we go. Yeah. No, not a chance. You gotta give it to me. Here we go. Watch out. Oh, here we go. Come on. Here we go. Hey! There we go. There we go. The big man. Here we go. Run, look. You got it right here. Look at that. Thanks, man. You're on, man. Wow.
Give me your card.
I would like to extend my playing career and not have another meeting. So I think they're way too more just. I would never like exactly, yeah.
My wife likes it. I just wanted to give you feedback. But then I still got in trouble because I got only 1 point. I got really in trouble yesterday. And then in the middle of the night, they were like, so the whole night was like, okay, I'm gonna get you one more. So that's why I came on some pictures. But then, yeah, I like it.
I mean, I score it probably in a way, so you can imagine what it is. It happens. Next year, I think I'm okay. Like, I'm ready to go back. Like, I think I just don't want to overconfident and have my name under I mean, it doesn't help that I'm but I actually did unlock that, like that range of
whatever it is, NBA.
I don't think I don't know.
As long as leg of NBA, and it has to have a leg of cricket in it, and you'll get some special bonus. And then I'll go, I'll get presents. Yeah, you'll get presents. Oh, fuck it, I'll just bet on cricket. Oh, unicorn, alright, and all of a sudden,
Our franchise CEO panel is about to begin. Our franchise CEO panel is about to begin.
Really.
you would like.
Is that soft white?
Yeah. Can you imagine if you did that, right? Like a day before and going, oh, cricket, I won this fucking parlay. You want people to win.
Do you have any questions for your cricket or anything related to our base here only?
Which is the
If you want a card, you have me number right?
The expo hall is now closed. All attendees and expo sponsors must go across the hall to the grand ballroom. The expo hall is now closed. Please make your way across the hall to the grand ballroom. Thank you.
Hi,
Hey, how are you?
I'm fine. Are you aware of this? CricHeroes, are you?
What's this? What am I aware of? Sorry, no, I'm not.
Are you aware of CricHeroes? Hey, CricHeroes is the largest platform for grassroots cricket. We have 40 million plus players.
Oh, sorry, yes, I am. Yeah.
So we have 10 million plus matches scored on our platform so far. It's basically a scoring platform, and on top of that, you get an entire ecosystem.
Yeah.
So you get cricket insights, you get match level insights, player level insights.
Yes.
We also have a he's the founder of
Hello. Hi, Mark Stella. How are you? How are you? I'm great, thanks. Yes.
So it started as a very simple scorekeeping app. Basically, we wanted to score our matches and like make it look like like we are the stars of cricket, right? But over the period of time, it became an entire network connecting every stakeholder of cricket. For example, match officials, everybody is on CricHeroes now. So it has become a one large.
Oh yeah, I'm well aware of it. Yeah.
Oh,
My
yeah.
business is out of Delhi, so.
Oh, okay, cool.
I mean, India as well.
Okay, super. Yeah, Delhi is one of the densest regions we have.
Yeah, it's crazy.
Are you aware of the capture and download topic? Usually people think it's only a scoring platform, but there's a lot more to it. We have our online show and we also have live
Our own camera,
The expo hall
which you
is
can
now
do the
closed.
match captured via this camera, and this is the live streaming which is going on right now.
Yeah.
So, and after the match, you also get your highlights automatically generated for you, and not just match highlights but also player highlights.
Brilliant.
So the idea is to basically like bridge the gap between grassroots and international with the help of tech.
Interesting.
That is possible.
My business Drive to Biz is co-founded by me, as executive chairman,
Okay.
and the other co-founders of the business are Shubha and Gill and Pretty Zinta. So we're the three co-founders of the business.
Oh, nice.
And what we do is we do cricket gyms. So we combine cricket and fitness together under one roof.
Okay.
And so because the Indian fitness market is growing so aggressively, we decided, well, what better way to get more people into the gym and higher participation than using cricket as a tool to get people into the gym. And so we do a large format. Our flagship is Gurgaon, 26,000 square feet. And we have aspirations. We want to have 300 clubs in here in the next 5 years. So we have.
And how many clubs are there right now?
We're building 3 right now. Our first 3.
Okay, and where it will be? Delhi?
They're in Gurgaon, yeah.
Gurgaon,
Yeah.
okay.
Yeah.
Awesome.
1 in South Delhi, 2 in Gurgaon.
Interesting. So Drive Fit, is it like Cult Fit but for cricket?
Yeah, it is. It's literally exactly right. Except we're larger format. So we're talking like our flagship's 26,000 square feet.
Wow.
So it's fairly sizable.
So along with all the cricketing facilities, I can also probably train like an athlete.
Oh,
like
absolutely. Yeah. But, so this is what's interesting here is where we intersect and where our sort of USP is that we're not necessarily an academy. So if you think of all the academies, of which there's so many in India,
Correct.
academies haven't. The issue is that the kids
will either age out of an academy or they ability out, where they just realise, well, I'm probably not going to be the next Shubman Gill.
Correct.
So then they sort of, tail out of the academy. But with us, we cater to everybody. So, whether you're the next Virat Kohli or Shubman, or whether you just like playing,
Or you're just a corporate cricketer.
or you're a corporate cricketer, or whoever
Got
it is, or you're playing, one of these matches, but you still take your game seriously.
Of course, of course.
And you want to train in good facilities. You want to improve. You want to have ball tracking, data analytics. You want to have a good gym. You want to have recovery. Then you can have a membership with us, and it's just a pay to play. It's just a gym membership, but you get all of that under the one roof.
Very interesting.
Yeah, and so we're the same market. You and us are the same
Yeah, of
market.
course, absolutely.
Because
absolutely.
anyone who's on CricHeroes
Right.
and who is actively scoring and following, and
make your way across the hall.
Yeah, we can talk in the lobby. If you, yeah.
So are you based in India or you?
Yeah, here.
we're based in India.
You can talk here itself, sir.
Oh.
It's open only.
Yeah, they didn't want us to move there.
Our head office is in Delhi.
Oh, great.
Yeah. And so, but like anybody who's, and when I was in Barbados earlier this week, so we're doing a club in Barbados, I actually talk about statistics and data, and I say any cricketer who's non-professional, who's keeping their statistics, means they care about their cricket, and that's a customer for us. That's someone who would want to go to a dry fit, because if they're scoring and they're actually looking at their analytics, it means they want to get better, and the only way to improve is to train. You never get better simply by playing. You have to train, and so that's where sort of our business comes in, and it tails into all of your clientele. They're keeping their statistics. They then come into a dry fit. They train, they do their gym, then they see improvement, and then their stats go into CricHeroes, and they can actually see it, and they go, oh, I started dry fit here, I'm actually taking my cricket more seriously, and they can actually see like the incline in their statistics.
True. Pretty much possible to do that kind of collaboration, that kind of experience building on CricHeroes. Yeah, I mean, so it can be like seamless between dry fit and CricHeroes.
Yeah, I mean, we could have every member could. I mean, we could say every member, we make sure they get onboarded, but the chances are that if they become a member, they'd already be on.
Of course.
You know what I mean?
Yeah. Got it.
Yeah. So, but yeah, I walked past and you said to me, do you know CricHeroes? I was like, no. And then I was like, oh, I do actually.
That's okay. Happens.
Yeah, awesome. Okay. Well, let me give you my card.
Oh yeah.
I'd love
Let me share my card as well.
love to discuss more and just see what we can do. I'm sure there's something that we can do in some way that we can work. Thank you.
Pretty Zinta is also part of the venture, right? That's what
She's co-founder.
She's the co-founder.
Yeah, Shubman Gill and Pretty Zinta are the co-founders.
Oh, now I remember. Shubman Gill's photo, or maybe I read it in the newspaper or something.
Yeah, we're in a lot of media.
Yeah. Got it.
Yeah.
So do you guys have facilities in the US anywhere?
No, but we're the reason I'm here is because we're thinking about it. Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, we're looking.
Actually, can be a much better market here as well for you guys.
Yeah.
Because people do spend a lot of money in gym. And obviously.
They are looking for training facilities, but
Yeah.
unfortunately there are none around in the US. So
That's right. That's the opportunity we see. It's obviously early to come here, but we feel, if you come here now, you set up, you spend the money, you build the clubs.
Absolutely.
Within 3 to 5 years, you'll be
I think
so far ahead.
Yeah, LA28. I mean, you guys can be on that way, right?
Yeah.
Before LA28, you can have a very solid brand established here.
Yeah. So I think that's.
Also, this country is much more organized, so they want such facilities, they want coaching. People who choose to play cricket here are actually very interested in playing it well and all of that.
Yeah.
In India, a lot of it is recreational as well.
Yes.
So while the numbers are large, but there's also a large recreational population.
Correct. They may not take fitness very seriously.
Yeah.
Not everybody, obviously. There is only a small percentage of users who will take fitness seriously.
Yeah. We've had some really positive discussions with the government as well, because the Indian government is trying to get more people into health and fitness.
Yeah.
And so it was a mandate. It was a Fit 25 or something that they announced to increase fitness participation, and it all came out of COVID, where everyone almost got this shock, like, well, actually, I'm not that healthy. I need to get.
Absolutely.
It's not safe for me to be unhealthy.
Right.
And so, we effectively use cricket as a tool to encourage people to get into the gym. Because you don't have to convince an Indian to enjoy cricket. They love it. It's part of an Indian person's DNA almost to love cricket. And so, but it's not part of an Indian person's DNA yet. Fitness. Whereas Australians, it's just what we do. Because we've been doing it forever. Like generations of us go to the gym. Every Australian has a gym membership. Whereas it's just starting to pick up quite aggressively now in India. So we're sort of saying, well, hey, if you want a gym membership and you love cricket, well, you get both of us. So we're like the tool to get people in the door. It's cricket. So I think there's a lot we could do together. It'd be great.
Of course, we'd love to collaborate.
Whatever we can do. It's great. I know our CFO is on CricHeroes. He's the captain of his local side. He loves. They keep asking me to come out and play. He said you'd be the only white person that's ever played for our team. Right. But I'm a bit nervous to play, and I'm sure they wouldn't go easy on me. Good. Look, absolute pleasure. Let's stay in touch. I'll add you on. Are you on WhatsApp?
Yes.
I'll add you
WhatsApp is best actually.
Okay, I'll add you on WhatsApp, and I might connect you with our CEO Vikram, who's based out of Delhi.
Okay.
And we'll pick it up.
Okay.
Perfect. Thanks, gentlemen.
Thank you.
Thanks very much. Thanks very much. See ya. I'm Australian. Yeah. I've been in Dubai for the last 2 years. Oh, okay. Yeah, sure. Oh, yeah, okay. Yeah. Yeah, we've got some Australian shareholders, so Glenn Maxwell and their shareholders.
Audio.
Some good Aussie shareholders.
There is no disturbance.
पहले था अभी सेट हुआ शायद आज पहले था इसलिए मैं पता था
तो वहाँ जाते हैं
Yeah, one of our shareholders owns Adelaide. Okay.
This is part of my rehearsal, right? Hello everyone, I'm Mr. Joshi. I'm a founder of CricHeroes. This is here, it's not a field of cricket. I'm going to throw this, anyone can catch? I'm going to throw this, anyone ready to catch? Nice catch. Don't worry, this is not going to break any window glass or anything.
This is the moment I find out that I'm being recorded.
Thank you so much, first of all, and we are equally excited about using this and we're able to show it to the world what's happening.
We're really excited about it. We really are. Spoke to a lot of people, but it's about showing what is happening in Brazil, and we have so many tournaments going on. Local tournaments, and we want to make sure that people can see, but we have the international tournaments that are going on. This year has been really strong international, next year maybe as well, so we have been talking a lot about it, and maybe meeting you guys and having it happening now. It's not an easy thing.
No, absolutely. And to hear what you say during the panel conversation, 48% is not a small number when it comes to cricket. And the pathway which you spoke about, not a lot of countries are able to pull it off. So I think that if you job has been done, and it's about how we maintain this, make it better and improve it.
This year we have more women's games and men's games in our local games. This shows, like, this is real. It's not something we're just talking, it's something that's been done. And it's not saying that just because we're pushing, it's saying that because that's the group that we have with us. So it's a little bit different. And like in Brazil, people don't pay to go to this. Everything is free. Coaching is free, playing is free, we give the equipment, we give the helmets, we give the bats. So there's a lot of money that comes from cricket to making sure that people are playing because they're all underprivileged kids. And we want to make a change. For us, it's you picking up the bat and becoming a better person. If you become a better athlete, great. But it's about becoming a better person. So this means a lot for us, and being able to show the game and making them feel part of something bigger is what we're looking for.
Absolutely. Yeah. No, brilliant. I mean, honestly, regarding the prize,
yes,
we want to make sure you use it. We want you to use it. That's the first goal.
Yes.
Pricing is not the goal. Okay, so how do we make sure it fits in your budget?
Yes.
That's my goal, honestly. This is a brand new device.
Yes.
Just
This
before
is the one, yes?
This is
How
the
heavy
used
it is?
one.
Oh, it's light. It's not that heavy.
It's 1.5 kg.
Okay. Sorry?
It's 1.5 kg.
Okay, that's all right.
It's not that heavy. It is sleek as well. Should
Yeah.
fit in the bag, hopefully. This is mainly used for testing and demo. This is not used by any clients.
Okay.
Right, so let's say we took it to the expo, used it in just in different environments, right? That's how this device has been used by our team only.
Yes.
This is a brand new device. We opened it in a expo, and you can see this is a new design.
Yes,
The color is
slightly
new.
different.
This is how this device got evolved to a newer version. This is the latest version. Right, so this device, I think right now it is priced at 1200.
Yeah, you said it is,
USD.
yes.
I think it should be at that cost ideally, but if we combine two, what I feel best we can do is this can be a literally discounted at somewhere around 800 USD.
Okay.
Combined, it goes to 2000 USD. You get both the device, and there's a power bank and tripod, which we have bought just for all these purposes. We can just give it to at $100.
Okay.
Right? Usually this power bank is $80, and this tripod is another, I think, $50.
I need to find a tripod like this in
I will
Brazil.
tell you how to put
You
the
will be able to
tripod.
find
You
it.
will find it. And you get this on Amazon.
I think this will like trim
Yeah.
down to this box.
No. How to buy another one of these in Brazil so we can put this camera?
Amazon is good in Amazon works in.
Works in Brazil?
No.
No?
We have other sorts of Amazon.
I think you will get it in Best
You
Buy.
can
today.
buy any tripod, but it doesn't have to be this.
I know, but
camera-
like
But slightly heavier, like
yeah, so
What
it
I feel is
holds
you
in
are
a
here to
front page with wind.
At
So
what
that-
time you have flight today?
I'm gonna leave here at 6.
I think what we can do, we can buy it from Best Buy.
Purchase a tripod for you.
What we can do, we can buy one tripod and a power bank, so another set from Best Buy. From where we bought this, right? I think this way.
But this is not available in Best Buy. This power bank is only available on Amazon because this is like heavy capacity.
Let me see what power bank is this? I'll put in the
So you can just check this.
in the Brazilian Amazon.
Yeah, so you can just write 200 watt, 80,000 mAh power bank.
Power bank, 2,000.
You can just put 80,000. No, don't put 2,000.
Okay.
80,000 mAh. Can you 80,000 mAh? mAh 200 watt. And I just need to check its specs.
These are smaller ones, yeah?
Yeah, these are all smaller ones, 20,000.
See, I am using 20,000 mAh, 40, 20.
It depends on your need, yeah,
So if
basically.
you are planning to have.
So these, sorry, you're using 80,000, 200, but what if I get like a 50,000, should it work?
Yeah, but the only difference would be this would last longer
Okay.
on power. This you have to charge
But 50,000 will run throughout your day.
Yeah,
day.
60,000. It has to be 200 watts or can it be less?
It has if you can just show me the output. If you can just show me the output in the specifications. Where's the specification of the product?
It will be.
So because the camera needs a particular amount of power, otherwise it will not work. Where's the output?
Yeah, it should be down.
It
Yeah.
should be down somewhere.
Yeah, it is. They keep showing a lot of ads in between.
Yeah, these are other products, let's see. So, more
No, no,
information,
What is add to
let
cart?
us add to the cart. Details of the product.
Is this view?
Now more
No.
products of the same
No.
seller. So they don't have any questions. So what is the output would we be looking for?
So we need at least 2 ampere of power. Sorry.
2 ampere.
Yeah, and then so in this, right, so you can see this 5 volt, 3 ampere.
Okay.
Can you do one thing? Can you find on Brazil store what similar specific product is available? Let's send her the WhatsApp link on WhatsApp.
Yeah.
Let us find what you can get in Brazil.
Yeah, I think these ones of 200.
Yeah, I mean that's not the problem. But
Because batteries are batteries, isn't it?
No, it's just a specific.
Yeah, but
you
like
see this output.
should be able to get batteries everywhere in the world.
Yeah.
Yeah,
So
correct.
you will find it. We don't doubt that.
Yeah, this also might work. Yeah.
But this one is 66 watts only.
No, that's fine. I just want the output.
And also we can also put in the into Google and get the specification, isn't it?
Yeah, you can.
USB might be correct. Something like this. 5 volt. Yeah, it's 5 volt. 110 volt, 220 volt. Yeah, you need 5 volt, 3 ampere.
I can see anything about that.
Yeah, ampere, current. If you can just try this one, I think. Yeah, it's 5 volt, 3 ampere. That's all we need for it. Wait, how many watts is this? 60.
This one is lower, 66.
Okay, 5. Okay, P equal to V into 5. Yeah, this is 12 ampere. 5 volt, 12 ampere. Yeah.
Okay. But anyway, we can look into
Not
more.
rush, let's not rush into this.
You will 100% find it.
Correct.
Let's see.
We don't doubt.
And this
I will
is a
send you the
tripod.
Tripod is Joel can. This will easily find.
Yeah, I think
just
so.
type it out.
Because then it's less things to take.
Yeah.
Just see if I put like.
No, not this. If you
Okay.
can, I'll just put it for you.
This one?
Yeah, perfect.
Yeah, this one comes from the US, so
Oh, there's a lot of
yeah,
charts.
they will not even the charge, just the time. It's gonna get over there between 7th of 24th of November.
No worries, don't worry about that. Then any tripod will work. This also, like within your local, can you tell
What I
me?
feel most of it will come from
Yeah.
1 or 2 meters, maybe something like
Yeah,
that.
this also works. Any tripod works out. It doesn't have to be this one.
I just want it to be strong.
Yeah.
So
Right.
the
It
camera
will
doesn't
move in wind.
Yeah. So you can see this spot, right? So this is where like.
Yeah,
you
usually
just
the
put it in.
tripods have that, yeah.
So.
Even
Any
mine is
tripod.
small.
Maybe if you feel there are local shops who sell such electronics and stuff.
Tripod we can buy in Best Buy.
Or if we can take two tripods which are the same, would be better. Because then I can display boom, in each side of the field, because we will be bowling from both
But
ends.
I'll just tell you one thing. If you want not shake it with wind, you can attach a bag here, like with sand or something in it, so that it's
Ah, yeah.
stable.
Yeah. Yeah, that's a good
That
idea.
is a best solution for this.
Okay.
If it's a lot
And
windy.
the power bank is just connected to the thing, and
Yeah.
you will just nicely
Yeah, I'll
hold
just
up
show
here.
you the demo as well from the start how to
Okay.
do it, so that you can.
Also, currently this flow first version gives you one side of streaming alone.
Yeah.
So if you want to do it from both ends, it won't mix the output, right? So you have to set up two different streams to just like this.
So you can't switch this to that side in this.
Yeah, with this camera, it just allows you to put it on one side.
It's a
Straight
static
when the
one.
hand changes, the batsman, you will be able to see it from the front.
Ah, okay.
But from the back, this is how they use it. So you
Ah, so for me, then it's better to take just one camera.
yeah.
Just one camera,
Because if you
because,
want
yeah.
two camera for two angles, that's
It's
not a
not
good
gonna
idea.
work. Okay.
If you need two camera for two different grounds, then it's a good idea.
Yeah, so I think for me, it's gonna make sense to start with one camera.
Yeah,
then.
just
Then
take
we'll
it.
give you the brand new
We'll give
one.
you the brand new one directly.
Because
But I want the price of the old one. So for me, it's better to take the old one.
really,
Yeah, because it's 400, it's 2,000 reais difference.
yeah, there is a difference, but this is a more stable, like much
This is
more
the latest
tested,
version, right? So you can see the
Uh,
audio as well.
and
Oh, this has audio? Yeah, listen to my conversation.
no, Ishwar, can you stop this for?
Yeah.
No,
Stop
I'm joking, don't worry at all, don't worry at all. Okay, so this one, tripod and battery, how much were you talking about?
Yeah, this
1,200?
yeah,
Plus
1,200, right?
1,300.
1,300.
Sorry?
1,300.
Total
1,300.
together, all
Yeah.
of this 1,300. That's it.
Okay, no fee, no subscription fee for the first year, the 400, just
This
asking.
includes everything, yeah.
Okay.
From next year onwards, that subscription.
So what we'll do,
So
we'll
next
also
year
send the-
onwards, you guys gonna be so happy with us. You're gonna say, no, we don't need subscription fee. Just keep streaming and keep talking about CricHeroes. I'm
I
sure
know.
of that. Yeah.
we want to support you for sure. We want to support every organization we work with, but Great Brazil is special. One thing I have seen you long back, your initiatives and all that. So there is definitely that connection. We wanted to work with Brazil for a long time, and now it is happening. That's another special thing for us as an organization. Third, we being here in North America, and now looking at all the challenges we feel we want to be part of something. And fourth, we are here to uplift your cricket. That's why we have built this company, right? So anything which we can do.
Okay, that's nice.
So let's not worry about the cost.
So you can see the angle changed, so just that you are able to see from the front now. So
Yeah. Okay. Nice and well, I'll take it the whole thing. I'm so happy.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
What I
Because
suggest you
already
when you
changed
go
the
back,
shape.
just on next day, let's set it up in the Brazil environment. Basically, we need
I'm
to.
the person who's gonna be in contact with you is gonna be Felipe Shipping.
Okay.
He's gonna help us set up that and pass it on to the, because we have a boy that has done a YouTube channel to broadcast cricket games, and he does everything on his phone, and he does commentary, and he gets people to commentary him. He's a 16-year-old boy, but he wants so much. And I told him, like, and he's gonna be working in this tournament as a organization,
Streamer.
as a volunteer. And not as a streamer, as a volunteer, so I'm pretty sure that
Lot of other
he's
things.
gonna be the person that we're gonna be seeing, okay,
It will make
you need
his
to
life
learn
easier.
about this, yeah.
yeah, but
He can help us.
commentary, like, is that like must in your games or?
So currently we don't promote, like we don't say that
Encourage.
this device is compatible with audio, with an accurate.
Okay.
Commentary.
Right, so if commentary.
No, we don't need to do commentary,
Yeah.
we're just like telling what
Then this is
what he
good.
loves.
If
Yeah.
if he wants to, like, if commentary is also a priority, this device right now is not compatible, right?
Mm.
So the software may update, the compatibility may improve, and we can figure out how we can give you such a upgraded version in future. But right now, we suggest you use it on mute. If you unmute and you want to see, hey, this is the audio output, it's good, we are okay with this, you can do that,
Okay.
right? So but don't make it a first priority. with
I don't know,
this
yes,
budget.
but our commentary is not our first priority, it's actually seeing the game.
Can I grab some coffee?
Yeah, sure, okay.
Thank you.
Any $10 pay for it.
So what we'll do, we are
I need to pay
actually,
for this camera.
No, no,
Maybe
that's-
$100 pay.
what we're doing, we are presenting this in the competition.
yeah, the innovative competition.
Yeah,
I'll
what
be
we are
there,
going to,
yeah.
so once we finish that,
Yes, okay.
we'll pack it up for you.
That's right, yeah. I'll be
That's why I asked
there.
you what time you are, because we need this at least for the,
I'll be there to the end of this thing. I think it's not here for the 7 o'clock.
okay.
Yeah, so
Something.
yeah, the results and everything will be done by 4 p.m. Second, finals also is at 3:30.
Anything we can do to help you with your after-wedding equipment? We recently worked with Cricket Switzerland, Malta Cricket, Costa Rica Cricket also ordered it from us.
Sam.
Yes, Sam.
Sam.
Sam and
Last
I,
time.
we carry a good
Yes.
long-term relationship now in terms of working together. So they ordered the initial kits from us as well. Anything you see we can help you with.
Okay, 100% okay. Thank you so much. Pleasure doing business with you, and you too. Thank you so much, and yeah, I'll be around. Yes, you're gonna watch something in front of
You want a picture with this?
Yes, let's take a picture all of us.
Sure. Let's.
I'll send you Mark saying, hey.
How is he doing, by the
He's
way?
doing really well. I spoke to him this morning. He was
Yeah?
really good, yes.
Okay. Yeah, let's take a picture with this. Let me do it. I'll take a selfie. Is that good?
Yes,
Or
sir.
maybe you can.
Yeah, just use
Yeah, we'll take one picture like this.
and then like picture like that. Just a second. We want it to look good along with the camera. So.
Thank you. Appreciate that.
Yeah. I'm ready here. Okay. I'm so sorry.
That's all right.
Yeah. Ishwar, yeah, just.
Light
How about light? Somehow there's a lot of light. Yeah, okay, now it's awesome.
Abhi?
Yeah, that's good.
Okay, can I take a picture with you too?
Yes,
No, we can do
sure.
it. Okay, don't mind that.
Please. I'll send these pictures to you, okay?
Yes, please.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I'll see you in Rising a Crown very shortly, talking about him, and we talk soon.
Sure.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
There are dead technologies. Payment अभी नहीं बस.
You. We can.
Payment लेना है. We can talk to them.
Bus. Maybe शाम को पूछ लें. It's okay.
Good. How are you?
Not too bad, man.
I'm Madhukar.
Sorry, Rusty. Nice to meet you. Curious to listen to the next time. The legend, have you spoken so much?
Not really.
No.
What do you do? Like you're into sports?
I am into sports.
You're an athlete, I
Well, yeah, I played initially, and then I worked for Major League Cricket for about 4 years before my daughter was born, and then I took off, and then I'm researching back into all the cricket now. But yeah, initially was a player, then worked for them, going into grooming and national development, and ended it there. So now I'm going to see what's happening now in World Cricket.
Right.
Yeah.
That's good. I'm a freelancer, so I work with sports franchisees and sports
Okay.
leagues. I was
Anything specifically? What is it?
I was with Punjab Kings for 9 years, heading their sponsorship
I
servicing.
played for Punjab Kings in 2010.
2010, right?
Yeah.
And then I after that I moved to Gujarat Titans last year.
Oh, very cool.
So
Very cool.
into their commercials, and then apart from that I work
David Miller.
across.
Oh, boy. David Miller.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, was he there last year still?
No,
I think
not,
he was
not,
on last
n-
year.
yeah, not last year, but before that he was.
Yeah, but he was with Punjab for a long time.
Yeah, I mean he was with Punjab, then he moved to Gujarat.
Yeah.
And then
So you would know him.
now Lucknow. Yeah.
What a legend, honestly.
Most of the guys, been there for more than a decade now. So, and the part is I work with most of the leagues across. So when Punjab Kings had a St. Lucia Kings in CPL, so I used to head that for them.
Okay.
And then
Sure.
Sharjah Warriors, which is an ILT 20 team.
Yeah.
So I head the cricket operations for them.
Oh, wow.
So I mean.
What does that entail?
Sorry.
What does that entail? Cricket operations for Sharjah.
Like I mean it's.
Because it's same similarly, it's like a tournament once a year.
Right.
What is the rest of the other guys?
So I mean, recently a month back we did a development program, like the league did it, but
Yeah.
but I mean it's the same story, and there isn't a lot that's being
Happening.
done off season. It's
Yeah.
only just during
Yeah.
the season and all of that.
But there's a lot more cricket infrastructure there too, where you can.
Yeah.
Yeah, like the challenges, the solely
Right. But then the other challenge, what I see very good is it's a capital people are open to investing, exploring, and then there are good South Asian population that is cricket can set down for cricket.
I mean, a lot of the South Asian high earning.
Which isn't the case in UAE, wherein I mean stadiums, the infra is good, but then we don't get people to the stadium. It's very less people. So that's the problem there. And also there's a lot of cricket happening. So they're not hungry for cricket. That's another thing.
Yeah. Well, you know, in a sense, you have to wonder, let's go down the same road here, there's a market here. So once they start doing consistent cricket, there's that appetite, you know.
Right.
Right now it's like a big deal when they really find out.
But I think the advantage that US has, it's too big, which isn't it like UAE, because Abu Dhabi, Dubai, Sharjah, I mean, one can go from one place to other for the match. I mean, here, someone from North Carolina wouldn't be traveling all the way 5 hours to watch a match. So I think that's where you plan it and schedule the venues accordingly.
Yeah.
Wherein if you cover all the regions of US, that's the advantage that it has.
from that, I said, okay, what you want to do, instead of doing like 2 days a week, what do you want to eat? And then it kind of grew from there, because we had this one business there, do you want to go there? Well, you need me first, I can introduce you to him, and you can buy yourself, you know, yeah. So like, we co-founded, this is what I want, this is what I want, and from that, we took uniform options happening, we did the lunch the first day, which was great, we had a lunch both on, very smart, together by the team. This is what we're on, right? Yeah, that's what they do, right? Yeah. It makes them fucking good. Yeah, it does. So we did this lunch uniform, very successful. MLP at the time got players in, right, and then come to our lunch, we had beer drinks, on the line, before, and then we launched beach cricket, so we did a collaboration with CPL, so this year we're Barbados in beach cricket, we brought down the beach, and then so the Barbados Jamaica. This same book. Yeah. Interesting to come to this quite formal business minded and then beach. Yeah, like this. Yeah, it's like bringing like opportunity. Mark's famous that he's all around YouTube. Everyone's watching the content. Yeah. What are you doing? What are you doing? Yeah. But also looking at business. So you got beach cricket is fucking happening. You got to give yourself CPL. What about you need down on the beach? Sponsorship money. You do something kind of unique. Before then we get extreme. Then John Boy moved some ball and fucking review. They're on board with you. They came to the team beach cricket. So they came in for the American stuff. Yeah. It was extreme. It was extreme. Yeah. It's actually good. That's good. You should try it. still don't want to control things like we just I don't do that. Yeah, yeah. And that's because we use it to like I would pretty much on masculinity and masculinity in a row. And that's what I'm very confused about this equalization. And like if you join them in their chaos, they're like But that's also, I think, like, coming to like, that's just like learning how you kind of go depth with, I try to frame a little bit, because I get to that space where like,
PowerPoint presentation? Yeah.
Well, you really do. We bring you into an equal, a global equal,
Cup is February, March.
You would love, and you have fun. You were great. I'm so impressed. I'm from Kansas, so I'm still there. This is my beautiful wife. Turn around. Hurry up.
taking over to you guys now. This is great.
Now I want the card.
Well, that's good. Part of your action is right?
No, but it's a whole, they had to make some changes to it.
We'll start in a few minutes. Huh?
Yeah.
So you already added.
So you will give me the key.
I have this clicker, but everyone's going to share it one after.
Okay.
Man, I was like, it looks pretty good.
Oh, thank you. He was
Expo Hall
It is following your
sponsor.
work on
Oh,
Skype.
is it?
As a reminder, everything must be cleaned up and packed away before 5
You'll be able
p.m.
to see yourself.
The Expo
So you see,
Hall will
they're
be
just walking in
closing
there.
at 5
Just 10
p.m.
seconds.
and the doors will lock.
So you can see, you know, we have
Please
different
make
kinds of
sure that everything is backed up and put away
Yeah,
before
we can
5
sync you
p.m.
connect it to Wi-Fi.
If you are in the CricHeroes forum
CricHeroes.
happening
So
at 1:15,
my point was
everything
like, I
must
just
be
wanted to
activated before then, unless a tier number will do it for you.
I'm also a engineer basically, and I'm actually looking for doing something in the field, doing like a new I see right now there's a lot of exams and everything, so I just wanted to show you a couple of things which I've done. Yeah, so this is my blog. So this was the first one which I started. So this is completely unique, like how schedule affects a team's performance. So if you remember in 2018, going into IPL and all, like CSK, like an example, they were the oldest team, but still they won the IPL. Whereas someone like in Mumbai was like they had a lot of info, but still they did. So how travel and that affected them. So this was something like that. So this is how I just did some analysis on it. I know just text because I didn't have the resources to like put video and everything because this is something which I do. So you can see like, you know, how the use impact, how the travel goes by export impact and everything. So this is some of the stuff which I do. So who are the champions, who are the runners up, and
Okay, and how it all, yeah, I get what you're saying.
So something like this is what I have done. This is just one of the things which I do.
Yeah.
And I also do the
So your core is streaming.
Yeah, this is my job.
Yeah,
which I do.
yeah.
It's not just streaming. So we are just a completely like you are aware about how ESPN CricHeroes is for international.
Yeah.
We are like that for grassroots cricket.
Oh, okay.
So if you just open CricHeroes.
Oh, I think I've seen your app before,
Yeah,
right?
you have. Yeah. So I'll just show you right here. This is our app. So I'll just show you how it is. So these are this is like my profile. So these are all the games that you can just try.
Yeah.
And we have a complete tab. So you can see this is my
All your numbers, yeah.
my numbers are one like where I played and everything. And anything like anything to do with grassroots cricket. That is what
you guys
we
focus
are the
on.
experts. So he is our founder basically.
Hello, Ebony, how are you? I'm
Pleasure
learning
meeting you.
all about everything.
Oh, no, thank you so much for dropping by.
Awesome, you just showed me your...
Yeah, please go ahead. Please go ahead.
So this is what we do for people. And that is our main thing. Like I'm putting it into the graphic layer. As I told you because I'm doing it. So you see that we created a proper analysis of each player. How it happens and everything.
So how do they get in the wagon wheel and all that?
So this is based on what the scorer is.
So they, when they put it in the... So they've got an iPad with some sort of,
So
phone.
this guy out. Where do you place him?
Yeah. So you can kind of... Yeah, they do data and stuff.
So you get the synopsis of any player. So let me just show you.
We are out of view, so
I'm not sure. Do you know what? It's a really good question. Because it kind of gets done. All we have is the box with our days. And then I think it's. I think that's who they use, but they're not in the box with us. So I don't know the guys, you know what I mean? So they usually just throw something up on the screen and say, hey, we're going to talk about it. I'm not sure how it will work in terms of like the analysis side, other than we get provided some data and they go, someone crunch something and Hawkeye says this pace or whatever. So I'm happy to sort of explore it and try and find out information, but I'm not. But at the moment, I don't know what it like how that works. We've got stats guy who's telling us like Ricky Ponting scores, you know, that sort of stuff.
I know the flow.
Yeah.
I actually work with Gaurav Sundarani.
Yeah.
You might know him.
Yeah.
Recent SRH analyst. So he was my professor actually. So we worked together a lot.
Yeah.
So I just wanted to know, like, you know, is there a way we can keep in touch?
Yeah, well, I'll definitely keep in touch. Are you on either LinkedIn or WhatsApp or?
Yeah, you can tell me your.
Just do WhatsApp.
Yeah, you can. My name is Ishwar.
If you text me before I go, so.
Yeah, right now only I text. You will not get picked up.
Yeah. I'll be like, who's that? Who's this guy? And where are you guys based?
We are based in India, but I work out of Boston.
Okay. Oh, interesting.
I work out of Boston and we work out of Kansas.
Okay.
And it's a cup on the road in India. So we are the biggest.
You'll be in, yeah.
So that's how we are 14. Because
do you have much of a hold in the UK? Less so, more like
some other platform like Play.
Play cricket. Yeah. Yeah, definitely. I mean, it's, I've seen someone was, I was in Dubai, I think I was, and someone was telling me about your work.
Yeah, I'll just.
Alright, there we go. I'll add it to.
You can just go like anything.
Yeah, definitely, and I'll just keep in touch, and if I'll
you do, I know you
and I'll look into it more because it's I'm kind of more interested in the sort of that's what the game is, so it's just good to explore. We'll keep in touch. All right, see you soon, okay? Thanks so much, guys.
Thank you so much.
Nice to meet you. Looks like you've done some great stuff, guys.
Thank you so much. Are you going to be part of the?
I'm going to go and listen. I'm not.
The summit?
Yeah.
Perfect. And we are going to pitch this.
Oh, you pitching?
Yeah, we'll be sure.
लैपटॉप भी ले लेते हैं इवेंट को लाइव था
इवेंट को दिखा
इवेंट लाइव देते बन्ने ना ये तो वीडियो तो स्ट्रीम फ्लैश है जब
एंड वन मोर थिंग
मला काही तो पहिले तुला 10 बार सेकंड क्लिप छे याद छे आणि वेळ आम्ही पास आणि
नो बट नहीं वी कैन मेक दिस लाइव एंड शो दिस आप पूरा
so what we can do is we can just keep it and I can also say कि देखो we are also live streaming this particular session
बट आप दिखाओगे नहीं तो इसको कैसे सेटअप करते
नहीं उतना टाइम नहीं
1 मिनट तो है ना बस क्लब करते हैं
नहीं एक काम करते हैं ना आप है ना मैं जो सेशन कर रहा हूँ आप वही लाइव स्ट्रीम करो
हाँ
ठीक है तो अपने पास रिकॉर्ड भी रहेगा है ना तो मेरा जो मतलब जो पिच है ना वो रिकॉर्ड कर लेते हैं तो प्रीलिमिनरी राउंड में रिकॉर्ड करते हैं होपफुली अगर आप फाइनल में जाते हैं तो वी कैन अगेन सी क्या प्रॉब्लम है वगैरह कैसे इम्प्रूव कर सकते हैं है ना तो आई कैन सिंपली पॉइंट इट आउट टू द कैमरा इज ऑलरेडी स्ट्रीमिंग माय पिच लाइव राइट नाउ ऐसा करके दैट्स अ गुड वन एक नया बना देना इसका या एक ही में चलता रहेगा राइट चलो ठीक है हाँ ठीक है कोई बात नहीं आपने वो टाइम का देख लेंगे फिर ऐसा होगा तो उतना पार्ट कट कर लेंगे अगर फ्यूचर
मैं भेज
पूरा लाइव स्ट्रीम सब वीडियो सब लाइव करते हैं तो ले लो स्टार्ट ही हो रहा है मैं ले लूँ हाँ ले लो लैपटॉप ले लो हाँ लैपटॉप को वहाँ बंद कर दूँ
आपका ये मैच खत्म होके भगवान का कुछ गाना चल रहा था मैं देख रहा हूँ ये विनायक का गाना कहाँ से आ रहा है फिर आपके लैपटॉप पे आ रहा था ये गणेश का कुछ गाना आ रहा था विनायक चौथी का या
Very much a collaborative effort. Adam and I have been ideating about all this and the need for the panels that we're going to have and this competition. So we're really excited, and obviously Harper and I have been executing on this together. So it's exciting for everyone. We've got, like I said, a couple of great panels this afternoon that we're very excited about that are going to be very informative. One about a deep dive into sponsorships, right, and how one happens, in fact, as a case study between the two people who did it and also their separate businesses. And also one called Rebuilding the Innings, the Path Forward for Cricket in America, right, where we're actually going to have a real talk about what's going on and what's read about their background. I started getting startups reaching out to me, begging to join
from England or from India over Zoom, right? Can we please just present to these guys, right? And I'm not gonna go on too long, and you've heard these backgrounds before, but I want to emphasize, right? Venki has a PhD from Stanford, co-founded a startup, Jungly, which not only has the greatest name of any startup ever, right? Like when Venki was on our podcast last year, it's like, yeah, it's Jungly, you know what that means? I'm like, yeah, I speak Hindi. I was like, that's what my mom called me my whole childhood. So I'm very familiar with the name. For those of you who don't speak Hindi, the jungle is a Hindi word that was borrowed into English, and Jungly is someone basically inhabits the jungle, right? Uncouth, uncultured, wild, whatever. But brilliant. But not only was it called Jungly, it was acquired by Amazon in 1998, right? Imagine a company, that was one of their first acquisitions, right? And he became a senior executive at Amazon, helped build Amazon Marketplace, which is the core of their business right now, as well as Mechanical Turk, right? He started another company, Cosmetics, which was acquired by Walmart. I mean, and there was a senior executive at Walmart running their innovation lab is what, I don't know if that was right. And then with his partner Anand, who he did all that with, they've got a couple of VC funds that have done incredibly well, right? And Sanjay has 2 degrees from MIT, right? A long career at Microsoft, helped open it in India, helped run their venture incubator, then started his own startup back in 2012 was it, when for a lot of us AI was like stuff in science fiction. He actually built an AI company that was acquired by Alvarez, and then as a chief product officer he grew it to $1 billion of the company they acquired, and now, you know, runs the Orca. So this is the caliber of talent that we have, and I'm not just saying this to butter them up. I'm kind of bragging, not about the forum, but about cricket in America, right? This is the brain power that we have that is devoting its time and energy to cricket, right? Which probably the lowest ROI on that they could get on the time, right? that they have, right? Like I think you know the ROI for Sanjay on the time spent on his not yet conceived of, not named theoretical next startup would be much higher, but he wants to devote it to cricket, right? Same with Venki. We're very lucky to have them, and we don't, you know, we take it for granted, but this is a long way of saying that people in the rest of the world don't, and they are very jealous of the fact that we have this opportunity, right? So give them a round of applause for helping out here and for everything they do for cricket in America. Now, and I'm not kidding. they were going. I should record it. Yeah, exactly. I'll do it again. We have 10 fantastic companies. Adam and I wanted to celebrate, and Liam embodies innovation in cricket because he's come here and been an entrepreneur. Adam and I wanted to celebrate that. We wanted to give 10 of these companies the opportunity to present themselves. All of you have got the deal. Just so everyone knows, there's 10 of them. In round 1, they're going to be presenting one after the other, right? You've got your clicker. I'm going to give everyone the clicker. You're going to take this handheld mic, or you can be at the podium. Venki and Sanjay are going to be scoring, right? Based on the scores of round 1, you know, after this we're going to have a panel. Round 2 is going to be Shark Tank style, where the 4 of the 10, right, that make it into the second round, we'll announce it at the beginning of the round. They are going to each get up here one at a time and have a 10-minute Shark Tank section with Sanjay and Venki, where they're going to ask any question they want, right? If they run out of questions, which I think is unlikely, we'll open it up to the audience, right? And then the winner is going to get a $10,000 advertising campaign on CricExec, as well as bragging rights, right? So, but you got to be here till the end to win. So, with that said, we're going to rapid fire one after the other. I'm not going to. I don't think I'm going to take the time to announce each one. Everyone knows the running order. You're going to announce yourselves when you come on, right? So this is the last you're going to hear from me this hour. But I will announce the first. Madan from Ludimos is going to come and kick it off, and we'll have a great session. Thank you, everyone.
Do we have a timer that will start, or?
I should add, there's a 5-minute time limit for each one. Luis, can we get a 5-minute clock for each person as they go up? Good, okay.
All right. So when I was a kid growing up in India, my dream was simple: to wear an Indian jersey, to share a dressing room with Sachin and Saurav, and to make my parents proud. But dreams like that came with a price tag. I couldn't afford to join a cricket academy. The fees alone were more than what my family could manage at the time. So I did what any desperate kid would do. I went to the ground, I sat outside the facility, and I watched coaches train other boys. I couldn't hear a word they said, but I observed how they corrected stances. I watched how they celebrated shots, and I saw how knowledge transferred to the few who could afford to pay for it. The tool that I had at that moment were wooden sticks and imagination, right? So my family, like millions of others, asked me to focus on my studies, and that's what I did. But that dream, the one that slipped away, became the foundation that helped me build Ludimus. Today there are millions of players, young players like me, who are talented, passionate, but invisible. As many speakers throughout the conference have pointed out, the biggest problem in cricket isn't talent, it's access. Coaching, even right now, it's still analog, it's time-consuming and often subjective. On the other hand, players have to rely on luck, on geography, and connections to get noticed. So we have built a world where talent is universal, but opportunity is not, and Ludimus is here to close the gap. With just a smartphone, Ludimus transforms simple cricket videos into deep analytics, tracking the bat, the ball, and the biomechanics in one unified system. Performance indicators like bowlers' speed, line, length, deviation, batters' footwork control, all become measurable, improvable, and comparable. So suddenly, within a few seconds, a player anywhere in the world can be coached by an expert from another part of the world. They could create verified player passports. They can share their growth with coaches, scouts, and also with selectors worldwide. This isn't about analysis, it's visibility, and it isn't about coaching, it's opportunity. So we are giving young aspiring talents a space to be seen by the right people at the right time. This isn't a dream anymore, it's happening right now. Avinash Singh, young, unknown and unseen pacer, was discovered through the Ludimus platform and was signed up by Royal Challengers Bangalore for an $80,000 IPL contract. We support RCB, Delhi Capitals, Cricket South Africa, Cricket Ireland, Netherlands, Scotland, and many more national teams, county teams, academies, and schools in more than 15 countries. Late last year, we also helped RCB to win the first IPL trophy after 18 years, and we could have played a small part in it, and we're very proud of that. So this proves that data don't only change careers, but it also changes outcomes. Ludimus is the only platform in the world currently that can actually track the bat, the ball, and the biomechanical insight from a single piece of video. A technology that redefines how sports analytics and what it can be used for. Our AI has been trained on multiple million labeled data objects coming from over 20 countries, which creates a rich IP and a defensible mode for us. It's already being used by teams, franchises, and federations globally for a cost of less than $30 a user a month. So the technology is applicable beyond cricket. This can easily be adapted and ported to baseball, tennis, and other performance sports. So far, we have analyzed over 75,000 players. We're live in 15 countries, and we're just getting started. Ludimus isn't just a product, it's a movement. It's a movement where no kid goes unseen because of where they were born or what they could afford. My name is Madan, and I've built Ludimus to make sure that every child who dreams of playing the game can be judged purely based on the skills and not by the postcodes. And the future of cricket coaching isn't guesswork, it's data, access, and opportunity. And thank you.
All right, CricHeroes is next, but for all the contestants, you know you're next. If you know you're next, can you please wait at this table right here for easier transition?
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Abhishek, founder of CricHeroes. Today we are here to present a unique product which we have recently launched in the market. We call it CricHeroes Capture. But before I dive into CricHeroes Capture, let me tell you what CricHeroes is. CricHeroes is world's largest grassroots cricket platform. We started as a very simple scorekeeping app for cricketers. We wanted to build ESPN Cricinfo for grassroots cricketers. Over the period of time, it has evolved into a largest cricket network the world has seen. With 40 million plus registered users, we are present in 100 plus countries. Not just any grassroots cricket match, but also matches of 50 plus ICC associations, including test playing nations like West Indies, Bangladesh, Sri Lanka, Afghanistan. They all get scored on CricHeroes on the same platform. Last month alone, our platform covered about 300,000 matches, which was scored, and 25,000 matches were streamed. So as you can see, there is a very healthy ratio of streaming the matches as well, which is the thing which we are here to talk about. So over the period of 9 years, as CricHeroes, we have seen two types of streaming solutions in the market. One, you stream your match using a smartphone. You put your phone on a tripod somewhere around the boundary rope, and you see it from one angle. Other is you hire professional live streamers for your tournament, which comes with 1, 2, 3, 4 camera setup. Like multiple people to manage those cameras with switchers and like very high tech technologies. The fundamental problems with those two solutions, the first one, mobile, you may get a good quality camera depending on if you're using an iPhone, you may, but it is not weatherproof. It is also quite a hassle to come up with a fully charged phone, somebody comes with a laptop, tripod to put it on, etc., and you need to make sure that the battery doesn't run out during the match. The second solution is quite expensive. It is not affordable for every grassroots cricket match. So these are the fundamental problems with these two kind of solutions, which we observed over the period of years. That's what got us thinking about a couple of years back. It got us thinking that can there be a better solution? Is there a way? Is there a opportunity for a third category in this? But if there is a third category, then it has to be far better at few things than two of the existing solutions. For example, it has to be better quality, at least compared to a mobile live stream. It should be at par with professional live stream. It has to be hassle-free because we ourselves experience this hassle of putting our phone on a tripod and all. There shouldn't be any additional manpower required, but because as soon as the manpower comes into picture, the solution becomes expensive. It has to be weatherproof because it should work in a 50-degree heat in India. And it should also work in a rainy, maybe a Seattle match. And it should also generate automatic highlights, because this is one thing which we grassroots cricketers do not get easily, right? You easily get highlights of an international match or an IPL match, but our matches, we do not get highlights. So can we do something about it? And it has to have a remote access. Why? Because the grounds may have this device, but there may not be anyone to manage it on the ground at all the times. Right? So it has to be operated remotely. It should have been managed. It could remotely. So these were some of the solutions, some of the key criteria which we kind of figured out while creating the solution, and that led us to come up with our own smart streaming device solution called Capture. So here is Capture. We have Capture running right over. It is live streaming all the matches. As you can see, it's a very simple camera, just this much. It has a computer inside, it has camera inside, it has Wi-Fi and GSM inside. It gives you high quality video. It gives you remote access. There is zero human intervention. It works on GSM and Wi-Fi both. It gives you a variety of score overlays, basically the score ticker which you see at the bottom of the screen, along with all the animations which an international match has. And it also automatically generates highlights with the help of AI, and not just match highlights, but also player highlights. So every player after the game, in few hours, get his own personal highlights which he can brag about on social media, or which he can watch again to learn about his or her game. We do have an example stream, but I believe due to some technical issue, we'll not be able to show. Is that correct? Can we show? Okay, cool. That's okay. What is the target audience? So right now we are selling the device to ground owners, clubs, teams, leagues, and associations. We have about 75 plus devices which are live right now. Last quarter alone, 2,000 plus matches got live streamed. Out of this, about 35 devices are live in US, in Arizona, California. And what is the business model? It's a subscription product with unlimited access to streams. It is $1,200 USD one-time cost and $400 USD annual renewal. Yeah, that's it. I'm done. Yeah, this is the.
Hi, my name is Elijah Tatel. I'm president and founder of As a struggling baseball player and an engineer, I knew there had to be a better way to train for hitting, and I was really frustrated with the existing technologies that were out. I also knew that the key to hitting was both making consistent contact, less swings and misses, more hits, and when I did hit the ball, to hit the ball with a lot of power, to hit it far, to hit 4s, 6s in cricket case, and in my case, to hit home runs. So that's what I did, and that's what I did with the Pro Velocity Bat. And I'm going to show you how it works now. So I'm going to project here. So basically, how this works is this barrel, the sweet spot, slides as you swing. But there are these resistance bands here, as you can see, that resist the motion of the barrel. So what you need to do is generate enough power to overcome that resistance and get what we call the double click, which is this going all the way out and then naturally recoiling, resulting in the 2 clicks. If I don't generate enough power, it's only going to go some portion of the way and come back, resulting in a single click or no clicks if I can't get it to move at all. But there are more resistance bands, making it harder and harder, requiring you to generate more force with every additional resistance level. Not only is it giving you that immediate feedback of every single swing, telling you whether you generated enough power and guiding you towards your most powerful swing, it's also weighted, strengthening the exact muscles that you swing with. And additionally, you can also hit real balls with this as well. If you can imagine being able to hit a cricket ball that's being thrown at you 80, 90 miles an hour with this smaller, compact, cylindrical sweet spot, how much easier it's going to be when you go to your actual bat. So far in baseball, we've been able to make relatively comprehensive strides. This year alone, we're going to sell more than 10,000 units of this product. We use a three-pronged strategy, using the highest echelons of the sport, pro players and pro coaches, getting that buy-in at that level, and improving out the product. Then we have a highly specialized Facebook and Instagram ad strategy that we've been developing over the last 5 years, and using a comprehensive list of social media influencers and coaches to validate and push the product for us. And we plan on using that exact same playbook that has worked for us in baseball into cricket, and it's already starting to work. We already have top players such as Joe Butler, Sam Billings, the American vice captain, Aaron Jones, and even the Sri Lankan national team already using this product. We can very easily deploy our Facebook ad strategy to cricket, and we're already making a comprehensive list of influencers on the social media side, such as Julian Wood, who's a high-level coach and has a big social media following. So our plan is to help not only American youth and professional batsmen, but everyone in between worldwide. Thank you.
Hello everyone, I'm Steve Joshi, co-founder and CEO of CricBaby. This which you see here is not a ball, not just a ball, it's a seed of cricket, right? I think we've been talking about cricket a lot. Let's see who is a good catcher here. Raise your hands. Bad throw, but nice catch, right? So as you can see, it's not going to break any windows. I know I've broken a lot of windows growing up in India playing gully cricket in Mumbai. But this one is not going to break any windows. What it will do is it will create a bond between a parent and a child. For every cricket-loving parent, the best dream which they have is to see a cricket bat and a ball first time in the child's hand. And with CricBaby, you can do it now a lot sooner and a lot safer. So there's an early start and lifestyle gap in cricket. If you see, there are billions of cricket fans, but the only merchandise they have, or the only things which they have is either a fan merchandise or sports gear. There is nothing which is safe and playful, which will connect kids, parents, and grandparents through the love of the game. The result is, cricket is just an event. It's not a lifestyle. What you see today is people have kids, but bigger kids, right? Not for the smaller ones. This means there is a lost emotional and a commercial opportunity. With CricBaby, we can basically capture that opportunity. The solution is CricBaby, the world's first lifestyle cricket brand, which creates safe and patented cricket toys. The expansion is we are not just focusing on cricket toys or for babies. We are basically expanding. We are creating a universe of products for cricket, right from perfumes and apparels to storybooks with AI products and so on. Validation, we have global validation across, we have sold thousands of units so far. We have amazing ratings across our Amazon and Shopify website. We have franchisees lined up. We have Durham Cricket, who is already partnering with us. I'm in talks with Cricket Australia and Mumbai Indians. They all want to have kits basically and other products branded with their brands. So the product, what you see here is my first cricket kit. It's not just a cricket themed toy. It also helps kids to learn motor skills, right? It helps kids to learn sensory skills and auditory skills. It has rattle, squeaker, and other auditory things. Like this, every CricBaby product basically embodies the three emotions of cricket, right? Which is learning, bonding, and fun. Here, to bring smile to your face, here are some happy customers. They are learning, bonding, and having fun with CricBaby products. The family behind the brand. So this is a complete family team. I have 20 years of experience in product management, ex-Microsoft employee. My wife has an experience in child psychology and clinical research. She's the one who basically makes sure these products are safe for the babies. And my two sons, Shiva and Vajra, they are 4 and 1. They are both our product tester and our inspiration. So the growth doesn't stop, right? So the story of CricBaby doesn't stop with babies. In fact, it evolves from there. One day, these kids will hold a real cricket bat and a real cricket ball in their hand. And when we see that, that's when we know that the seed which we planted has now grown into the next generation of cricket lovers. Thank you.
You see me? Yep. Okay, so I'm sure you guys all agree that for any competitive cricketer, whether you're a professional or a kid, nets is the epicenter of your training, especially when it comes to batting, right? Because you just can't hit balls in an actual ground. So you're spending hours and hours hitting hundreds of balls week after week. And there are no ropes, fielders, or outcome in the nets, right? And pretty much every shot is going to feel right. And you're hitting these perfect time cover drives that split the field, you're hitting smashing big sixes, and you're walking out of the nets confident. But then when you step into an actual ground, everything is different. That perfect shot that you've been hitting in the nets is not so perfect anymore because now you got a boundary rope, you got fielders, right? And you have every shot that you play have an actual outcome. And I can't tell you how many kids, how many parents and coaches I've talked to come up with the feedback. My kid looks great in the nets, but when he goes to an actual game and plays in an actual ground, he can't even clear the inner circle. Or he keeps hitting perfectly timed shots, but it goes straight to the fielder. And that's pretty much how nets training has been forever, right? It's got all the grind, but none of the game context. So you're pretty much hitting balls blind in the nets. You're building muscle memory with no feedback on the outcome of your shots. But other sports have solved this years ago. Baseball and golf have launch simulators, launch monitors, and training simulators that give you feedback on every shot that you hit. Right? So you're learning with every swing. And if you look at cricket, you're moving to the shorter format. You've got 120 balls. Every bat swing has to have an impact. Right? And for that, you need to have a solution, and that's why we're building PlayAR, which is our cricket's own solution to bridge the gap between training in the nets and performing in the game. So here's an actual shot, and you instantly can see the direction, the distance, and the outcome of that shot in real time on an actual field with any given field step with any given boundary dimensions. And we do this using just 2 smartphones that look at the batter from 2 different angles. So you can be a righty or a lefty, we still capture both. You can hit shots 360 degrees. Every shot is automatically tracked, and we instantly simulate the actual flight path of the ball beyond the nets as it would have happened on an actual ground with any given field setup. And that's the instant feedback that you get while you're training in the nets and building muscle memory. And all of this happens on the smartphone itself. And we then take all this instant feedback and then we turn it into simple and clear measures of progress that the player and coach can understand. So imagine video analysis that just doesn't tell you how you're swinging, but what the outcome of that swing is. Right? Leaderboards that just don't reward you for hitting big sixes, but actually values consistency over power hitting. Right? Or simple insights that tell you in your nets how many times you find the fielder or you're being able to hit through the gaps. And we believe it's this simplicity and clarity of the feedback that's going to build stickiness to our product. Our goal is to embed PlayAR in pretty much every net session that happens, and we're taking an academy-first approach. They already have the infrastructure, they have the nets, they have the players, and they have the coaches. And then that allows us to monetize just simply through premium subscriptions, analytics, premium net rentals that give you this game-like experience. And we believe just targeting the academy market alone is at least a $500 million market value or business opportunity. And I mean, looking beyond it, you got fan experience, there's all kinds of ways you can kind of go after. So I spent the summer of last year talking to more than 50 players and coaches from India and the US. And what you're seeing here is a product of those conversations. We currently have our MVP live in an academy in San Diego. We've tracked more than 500 shots from professional cricketers. We've got amazing feedback and support from the group there. Our coach and player apps are currently in beta testing. And as we speak, we're kind of building out the real-time smartphone version, ready to deploy in 3 more pilot academies. My name is Arun Ramachandran. I'm the founder of PlayAR. I'm also the guy that watches every ball of every test match. At my core, I'm an aerospace engineer, but my whole master's research was on the biomechanics of how humans acquire skill, whether it's sporting or any other kind of motor skill that they do. And when I came across this unsolved problem in cricket, the biggest mystery, right? Where do my hits go in a cricket net? I knew I had to solve this. And I'm fortunate enough to have an amazing group of advisors. Subhash from Qualcomm, he leads the autonomous systems there. He's helping us deploy AI on the edge on phones. Vijay, who's also my high school friend, he has product at Google. He's helping us with our product strategy and our go-to-market. And okay, last but not the least, Marty Kane. For those that might know him, he's one of the premier coaches in San Diego. He was a former T20 player for the US cricket team. So he's been my guinea pig and my pilot partner for this whole effort. And he's been helping us with the whole product market fit, right from day one and helping shape this product. And I would just end by saying that PlayAR is for everyone who thinks they can hit those big sixes in the nets, and I think it's about time we found out.
Good afternoon. Paul Bedford, Hits Cricket, the next generation of cricket training. You can see in front of you a cricket property in southwest Surrey, 2,000 square feet, 2 lanes of cricket with all the AI developments that would enable the next generation of cricketers to develop their training, to develop the joy of the game, and to develop much further. Our power is to empower all the players with abilities to fulfill their potential. We've market segmented, looked at developing cricketers, those who are established and want to get better, those who have lapsed, because many people around the world might have started when they were young, taken up cricket, and then life got in the way and they became lapsed. And then in the UK, as we've developed more market research, we've created another segment of underserved cricketers. Now, in the UK, that might mean women, because many of the clubs don't have females playing. It might mean in some of the city areas where they don't have cricket clubs, South Asian communities, other diasporas who'd love to play cricket but just don't get the access. So having targeted to those audiences and set up properties and tactics to attract them to a hit centre, we believe that we can make an advantage, not only in terms of engagement, in terms of growing their game, but also in terms of their skill development. The technology advantage that we have is we've got worldwide rights for Batfast technology. Our co-founder lives in this area. It's a joint venture between HITS and Batfast. Ranesh has been a leader in terms of technology development and will make this product really sing, not just in the UK, but as we expand into international markets. The operating levers are there. It's disruptive, certainly with cutting-edge technology. We're transforming some underutilized spaces, so in areas where the rents are high or people can't get access, you need to be getting training environments into spaces that are affordable and generate revenue. It's fully automated, so it ensures that the costs and the return on investment is optimal, and it creates a sustainable income stream for cricket clubs in one instance, for investors in other instances, and people who have got academies who want to convert one of their cricket lanes perhaps to a hits lane. So they're the 3 models that we currently adopt. The hit centres and the hits technology can fit into all, and we've got varying versions of that. There are 8 sites open now across the UK. We'll have an agreement with Australia imminently. It's just with the legals. It's not that they're not going to do it, so we'll be expanding to Australia very soon. And the reason we're here, and the reason I'm here, having had 35 years of experience in cricket administration, 30 different countries, and over the last 8 years visiting different places in the US to come and see what's happening, how the game might grow, having had some great support from people around the different states. So my first venture was into Houston, where they were building Prairie View, attended the first MLC events both in Dallas and in Morrisville. It's brilliant to see now the West Coast is included with the Unicorns playing at Oakland Coliseum. And just imagine if you're a lapsed player, or if you're an established player, or if you're a young player wanting to come into the game. Watching that first game, Oakland Coliseum, Phil Allen comes in and does a fantastic job, scores over 150, a brilliant record. And what happens next? Do you just give up? Do the children just give up and go, wow, that was good, and then move on to the next thing? Why wouldn't they just want to go online, book the opportunity to go into that net, book it 24 hours a day in some of the venues we've got, 18 hours a day in other venues we've got, and go and experience and try and replicate, what they've just seen in terms of Finn Allen's innings or any one of their other heroes that they see. 8 sites already open, 4 more to be open in the new year. Revenue last month, that was of October, we were declaring £9,000 a month revenue from one of the sites. It's now gone up to £10,000 consistently from that, and 4 out of 5 customers, when we've done the research, said they want to come back again. Fantastic team, and we've got tons of experience bringing people in from all over the area, different skills, different sports, and I'd like to think that this is something that the US can really get behind and build and make something special. Thank you.
All right, good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for having me. Thank you to the organizers. This is fantastic. So, I know we talked about this a lot yesterday, but it would be nice to kind of talk about how this all got started. So, the story of Sports Connection actually starts in Sydney, Australia. That's my own photo, unfiltered, unedited. It's a beautiful photo. And that's me and my son. We collect NFL, NBA. We love cricket. We love doing things for all of you in the crowd. I know these pictures will resonate with you because I have a lot of broken blinds, lampshades. The Tesla was a wicket keeper, not the best idea. But the kid's crazy. I mean, he loves cricket. He just, anytime he has a chance, he pulls out the stumps and he plays. He loves doing it. So he asked me for trading cards, and I couldn't have them. I couldn't find them anywhere for Bumrah or for Gill or for Babar Azam or for Shaheen Afridi. But another weird thing happened during the pandemic. The collector market exploded, but then these articles started coming out, like, who's Don Bradman? And so, is he the Babe Ruth of cricket? And you saw these $10 Don Bradman cards on eBay going up to $100. And so, this article came out. Bradman's meteoric rise in value despite being relatively unknown in the United States highlights the irresistible pull of greatness. He's the GOAT, right? So people started looking at other sports, you know, lacrosse, rugby, boxing, etc. So this came up. Another weird thing happened. On the Reddit and Discord boards, people started asking, who's Sachin Tendulkar? So then I became the subject matter expert on this. I'm like, he's the Michael Jordan of cricket. Who's Sonny Gavaskar? He's the Dr. J of cricket. I had to analogize and metaphor everybody to a language they could understand. But the Sachin Tendulkar rookies from 1996 Cutera set, they were selling for 20, all of a sudden started selling for 200. I personally bought 45 of them. I sent them off to get graded, and now they're in my safe at home. They're going to go up. They're graded, they're valued. So these two things started happening, and then the 2024 World Cup, where I think we missed a trick, it was premature. This is literally your average Joe. I've been following the T20 Cricket World Cup this month, and normally when I'm learning a new league or sport, having cards helps me remember who the players are. But there are no cards or stickers specific to this World Cup that I can find, not even from other countries, so I'm making my own. So I think we've defined the opportunity, and so the next thing that happened was this. Collector interest 1%, dad failed 99%, we made Sports Connection. So for those of you who don't know, the trading card market is exploding, it continues to explode. The Pokemon industry and trading card industry has actually outpaced the S&P 500 the last 2 decades. And it's predicted to be even more. Everyone knows about Kevin O'Leary buying the $13 million dual logo card. He's starting his own index. He sees it as an alternative asset class. So there's 2 different pots you're appealing to with trading cards. One is the collector, and now one is the investor. If you haven't been to a card show, this is what the National Card Show looks like. Okay, so this was in Chicago in July, and so my local card shop and I did a deal. I had about 2 square feet, and I was the only cricket card in this mass of the Rosemont Convention Center in Chicago. It took one guy from Australia came, he bought everything I had, he cleaned me out completely. This is where a tried and true sports vertical exists. Cricket needs to occupy this. We haven't done it yet. So we took a gamble. We reached out to members of Team USA Cricket. We signed them, autographed, got a set put out. Small trial sample. We got them graded, 9.0, pretty good. The question was, what next? Is anybody going to buy this? But it was kind of funny, they did. I mean, we got lucky. They beat Canada, they beat Pakistan. This was lightning in a bottle. But yeah, I mean, people paid $250 and more for these sets of cards for 12 guys from Team USA. So again, not earth-shattering revenue, but bona fide minimal viable product. So since then, we expanded. We started a Pakistan Legends set. It sold out. It's been graded 9. We've sold it on Golden Auctions, Heritage Auctions. You're simply occupying a channel that already exists for sports. And then earlier this year, we released All-Stars for Cricket Series 1. And the way we marketed this is you are getting Jordan, Kobe, LeBron, Brady, Barkley, Malone, Ewing, Robinson, the 92 Dream Team all in one set. Every card is great, and you're getting an autograph. It sold out. We sold half of this in Mumbai. Half of this is Indian market. These are $149 a box. I was personally shocked. So now you're looking at the Indian market coming into this. And a funny thing happened. Well, I'm going to keep moving in this time. We have our icons. We've signed up people. We have acquisition channels. We have 70% repeat buyers. We have a business model that is pretty straightforward. We got our unit economics, 63% margin on our product. The next is this, Stars and Stumps, coming out next month. This is what we need to highlight, is American cricketers. These are homegrown guys. People want these people, so let's give it to them. Thank you for your attention.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Mahesh, a co-founder of Just Predict. So every sports fan has something, deep down we know something. We know what is going to come next when we are watching a game, right? So we have the thrill of predicting what comes next. We almost anticipate it. And we actually built this platform to celebrate the thrill of intuition that the fans have, right? And I'm sure quite a few guys that visit our booth in the expo room ask me, is it betting? It's not. It's not gambling based on a chance. It's about understanding the game, anticipating the outcome. How do we actually predict based on the insight of how the game goes? It's not like something that you actually throw at a chance. And the Just Predict team came together and we built this platform to celebrate that thrill of intuition where the fans become players. We all talked about player grassroots development here, and one of the main things about growing a sport is also fan engagement. How do we actually increase the engagement of fans, particularly where the game isn't as well widely known as other games are here in the States. So I think the predictions platform, on the other hand, is actually growing pretty fast. And I think at the intersection of a successful model that the predictions platforms are launching and where we want the game to grow, I think delivering these questions, bite-sized questions that these fans can help us engage those fans more, and they can get into the game a lot more, where they don't come just to watch, but they will be part of the action. And this platform is actually launched earlier this year during the IPL. It's live on Google Play Store and App Store, and it gives a complete fan experience. And if you have a phone, you can download it. You can actually play the India versus Pakistan T20 match as well. We're actually replaying that for your own enjoyment. In fact, it's running in our booth. That's what is running on our booth as well. So what is why us? So it's actually, we are a group of technology builders. I actually built a company to double-digit revenue. It's an internationally known automation and AI company, Cubotica. And then we have other co-founders that have built trading platforms as part of their life for the last 20 years. So we can scale enormously. It doesn't matter. You could actually do millions of transactions. In fact, billions of transactions can be handled on this platform. We own the exchange, we own the UI, and everything is actually built for scale. And we have landed our first customer, who's actually a Vegas-based betting company, but they want to get into prediction space. As yesterday, we saw DraftKings actually acquire a predictions platform called Realbird, and Kalshi and Polymarket signed $1 billion deal with NHL. So as these things come up, I think the those industries are actually having an eye on the predictions platform, and we have actually acquired them as a customer. We are going to be actually running baseball and other sports predictions through them. And this is because the traditional betting is boring, and the fans want this dynamic, real-time engagement. So I think for us as a company and for those that are here, we would welcome you to actually help us define the future of fan engagement. And this could also be just not on the app. You could actually do it in stadium, throw the questions as a poll, and people all can participate. And it could be as interactive as possible. You could actually have, the leg side fans, the offside fans predict if the ball is going to come to them, or you could actually have teams or supporters of different teams actually forming a clan and playing together as well. So that's the community enjoyment that can be done. And world over, what's also happening, not just for enjoyment, people are actually using the prediction platforms for collective intelligence as well, right? So they actually use that to predict an outcome of an election, stock prices, and so on and so forth. I think you can also anticipate game outcomes using the collective intelligence of the fans as well. So that is it from us. So welcome the opportunity, and it's been a great conference, and I would love to thank the Cricket Impact Group for the opportunity as well.
Hi everyone, my name is Abdullah Ahmed. I'm the CEO of CricHeroes, and I've come all the way from Islamabad to the Bay Area to tell you about our idea. And our idea is about the royal sport of cricket. So cricket is the world's second most popular sport, played in 106 countries with almost 120 million players playing it globally. But sometime back, my personal favorite and world's top-ranked bowler, Saeed Ajmal, got banned for having an illegal bowling action. According to the International Cricket Council, a bowler throwing the ball at an arm angle greater than 15 degrees is considered to be an illegal bowling action. And how they will check it is that an umpire will visually assess whether the bowler is bowling at 14, 15, or 16 degrees. Now that's impossible. So the ICC will send you to a biomechanics lab where they'll do all sorts of testing and let you know whether you're bowling legally or illegally. But the problem with those labs is that there's just 5 in the whole world. It would cost you $500,000 to set up a lab like that, and then it takes 21 days to come up with their results. But bowlers just don't want to improve their actions. They want to improve their consistency, speed, and stamina, and that's where we come in. So today, I present to you the world's first wearable for cricket, and we like to call it CricFlex. So CricFlex is a wearable sleeve that any bowler can wear on his or her arm, and lets you know on your smartphone whether you're bowling legally or illegally. In addition to this, CricFlex will track the bowler's arm force, the amount of spin that you're generating, the time you're taking to complete your action, your run-up speed, distance, and time. So the CricFlex sleeve comes with the CricThrow app, which will act as your own personal coach. But if you're a club or an academy, the CricBoard platform, but if you're a club or an academy, the CricBoard platform will help you manage the performance of all your athletes. With this technology, players will not only be able to compare themselves to some of the top athletes, but also get actionable insights and recommendations on improving their performance. Usage in live matches will not only solve the issue of illegal actions from a regulation standpoint, but also bring fans closer to the game. The cutting-edge technology of our sleeve, combined with our in-house camera-based body tracking and ball tracking technology, will give you a complete bowling solution. And a selection platform on top of all of this data will help unearth the best talent out there. But as they say, seeing is believing, so let's have a look with CricFlex in action.
इस्लामाबाद यूनाइटेड ने इसको कम्प्लीटली सपोर्ट किया. हमारे प्लेयर्स पहन के भी कर रहे हैं, उनके एंगल्स का भी पता चल रहा है, किसी का 0 आ रहा है, किसी का 7 आ रहा है, तो बहुत एक्यूरेट रिजल्ट है और मैं समझता हूँ कि बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट चीज़ है, तो आप लोग उसको जरूर यूटिलाइज करें.
So with over 60 billion bowlers, 85,000 clubs and academies, over 300k high school cricket teams, this is over $1 billion market. So the CricFlex sleeve comes in two versions. So the basic version ranges from $129 to $149 depending on your region and comes with a $5 monthly subscription. And then the Pro version is for $299 with a multiple wearing subscription based on the number of users you have. So the competition that we've got is of that biomechanics lab, but it has the issues of high cost, portability, and accessibility associated with it. So we got featured by ESPN CricInfo, which is the largest cricket news website in the world. And with that article, we were able to generate over 400 plus orders from 18 different countries. CricFlex is also being used by the Pakistan Cricket Board at their National High Performance Center. We were lucky enough to be selected at one of the top 5 sports tech companies from all over the world at South by Southwest in Austin. So CricFlex is not only being used and endorsed by some of the local Pakistani cricket legends, but also by some of the top international athletes and coaches. We recently signed up Roman Reis to be our brand ambassador. We presented our research at MIT. This is a US patented technology, and CricFlex is already being used by some of the top clubs and teams worldwide. So last but not the least, with this technology and an amazing team, we aim to change the way cricket is played, but cricket is just where we begin. Thank you.
Last but not least, my wife always says not eat the last chapati from the queue. So when I'm talking to Z and say you are the randomly we selected was last. But anyway, joke apart. I'm Vinny Kumar from CricBusters. Sorry. Okay. CricBusters, where cricket meets experience. We are an AI-powered sports tourism company and first ICC-approved OTA in United States. We are bringing fans closer to the game through the tickets, travel, and impressive experience. We are creating unforgettable moments for the cricket lover around the world. We have 1 million global fan community across the USA, Canada, Caribbean, and India. We are trying to redefine how fans travel, celebrate, and connect through cricket. We got our breakthrough in 2019 with Cricket West Indies when India came to play 2 T20 in the United States. And then we immediately got hit by the pandemic. 2021 ICC announced T20 World Cup in Dubai, and we got the OTA status there. Since 2019 till now, we cover 4 T20, 1 ODI World Cup, and we have a Champions Trophy which we did this year. Addition to that, we did many bilateral events in the United States and other countries. And also we are working with Major League for helping them to how to bring fans and fan experience in the stadium. So this is like a sports tourism. So we all feel why sports tourism, and we did some deep diving and found there is an appetite here. Sports tourism market going to $2.4 trillion by 2030. And the good news is we have a cricket, which is the number 2 we all know. So a lot of opportunity here, and we can try to get into it and see how we can solve the problems. Like many other industries, sports tourism also have its challenges. There's many challenges, but we're trying to fix only fan experience part, where fans face fragmented booking across multiple sites for the tickets, travel, and hotels. We have no any unified or verified platform where offering official mass tickets plus full travel integration. And the last part, when the traveler or fans they travel to go to other countries, they missed the opportunity for the personalized and authentic local experiences. So we are trying to create an ecosystem by using AI We are trying to use AI-powered sports travel and fan experience platform where fans can get official match tickets for the ICC event and other events. We are trying to create smart travel packages which include flight, hotel, stadium transfer, and local attractions. We are also trying to get hospitality and meet and greet experience for the fans. We have a very sustainable revenue model where ticket inclusive package sales. We have a margin on tickets, hotel, and experiences. We're also trying to upgrade premium hospitality and VIP upgrades for the fans who want to go and get better experiences. Recently, we also started our own fan club called Cricket Army, and this is a subscription is free, and we are giving some kind of giveaway for the fans who want to part of the Cricket Army. But down the line, we are trying to get monetized and see how we can help fans and organize it together. Here is our growth plan from last 12 to 14 months. We are trying to integrate AI more into our system so that we can try to upskill our engine and AI chatbot for the customer support. Also, we're trying to create a Cricket Package 2.0 where we're going to exchange cricket offering with hospitality launches, stadium tours, and fan zones, meet and greet kind of stuff, and corporate sales. We are also trying to get into multi-sports expansion, like getting into Formula One, soccer, and other sports. Next 24 months, we see how we can increase corporates into our system, and we are trying to get how corporates can get our packages into employee benefits like salary plus benefits, which we have sports packages included into it. And we're also trying to create new revenue stream, which we can bundle with merchandise, VIP services like luxury transfers and all the like the networking dinners and all, and also trying to get corporate involved and see if they can do the offsites when the Major League final happening in Auckland. We have a core team, myself, Vinny Kumar, co-founder, with Rasmi, both we started this company in 2019. We have a Gen Z kind of fan engagement expert, Jake. Right now he's covering ICC Women's World Cup. We have Jeff Mueller, he's our advisor. He's also CEO of Antigua Falcons. This is in addition to that, we have 11 team members, 4 developers, 2 sales and business development folks. I'd like to show a small video which shows what we do as a sports and fan engagement company. There you go.
The long game start.
Thank you.
Is it on? Yeah, you can hear me. Join me in giving a round of applause to all those presenters. We're solving a lot of problems in our ecosystem, a lot of different problems, and they're doing an incredible job. So we appreciate not only their participation, but everything they're doing for the sport. Now we're going to have our first of 2 panels. And I'm incredibly excited about this one. You've heard me talk about it. It's called building a winning sponsorship. We've got two guests for this panel. We've got David White, CEO of the San Francisco Unicorns, who you haven't seen in a long, long time, so we thought it was time to hear from him. And Mayuri Mukherjee, who is VP of LT Foods Americas, and will tell you more about her company when she comes on. Thank you for joining us, and can both of you just come up to the stage, please? Thanks. Please give them a round of applause. After this, I'll come back. Yeah. All right, and just to tee it up, right, there's been a lot of talk about sponsorship over the last couple of days, sort of generally. We wanted to hear from not only a brand, but the first sponsor of MLC at all, right? When there was nothing, when there was an idea, before there was any light, right? There was Mayuri, and there was LT Foods sponsoring MLC. So give her a round of applause for what she's done for the sport, she and her company. And we also wanted to hear from a rights holder who's partnered, right, with Mayuri, but also has built a great roster directly, and talk about how this works. So it's Phil Knight, who is one of the greatest marketers of all time, the founder of Nike, said that, you know, sponsorship, right, is and what you do externally is what helps develop focus for your brand itself. So it's an important part, not only for sports, but for the sponsorship world and the brands that bring money into our sport. So let's kick it off. Again, thank you both for joining. Mayuri, why don't you, actually at the outset, right, everyone knows Royal, which is great. If you haven't eaten it, you should eat it as well, not just you know, watch it on TV. But tell us about LT Foods and the brands and the portfolio of the brands that you oversee.
Sure, absolutely. And thank you so much, Z, for having me over, and Cricket Impact Group for having me over. Just a little bit about LT Foods. So I represent LT Foods here. We are an Indian food company, so bringing authentic Indian food, authentic ingredients to America over here. In our roster of brands, we have Royal, which is the #1 basmati brand in US. We have Daawat, and some of you may be familiar with that as well. That's a global brand present in more than 70 to 80 countries. And then, of course, we recently had the acquisition of Golden Star, which is the #1 jasmine brand in US. So we've got you covered, whether you eat basmati rice, jasmine, or a lot of our lovely South Indian rices as well, which we have. So that's who we are, Indian food brand, bringing the best of our products to US.
Great. And can you tell us a little bit about kind of your history with the company and in the food space in general, because we want to know, you know, your perspective on the market.
Sure. So I have more than 20 years of experience with CPG, and more specifically food and beverage. A lot of my earlier career was with Nestle. I was managing their nutrition business back in India, as well as at the global headquarters in Switzerland. I moved to US about 4 years back, and to LT Foods about 3 years back. So I've been with 3 years for about with LT Foods now.
Right, and 3 years is about as long as MLC has been around, right? So
that's true, and the fun fact is that I think it was about a month when I had joined LT Foods. And that's the first time when Monica came in and presented to us about Major League Cricket, which was just on a presentation, just on paper. And I was 1 month into my new role, a new job, and the president of the company asked me, so what do you think? So
wow.
That was exciting.
And the Monica she's referring to is Monica Sadhu, who for a long time was VP of partnerships for the MLC, who's an incredible member of the cricketing community in the US. And a good friend. So but let's talk about that moment, right, or that time. You've got you've got this league that no one's heard of, right? With all these big crazy ideas, we're gonna have IPL teams, this, that, and the other. Had LT for any of its brands advertised around sports in the U.S. at that time?
Yes. So in fact, LT for about, and we've been one of the, I would say, longest associations with Below TV.
Yeah.
So we did advertise on cricket for a long time. We had that as a starting point. Of course, from a sports sponsorship perspective, we didn't really have prior experience, but we did have some connection with cricket to start off with.
Great. And later in the conversation, we definitely want to get into sort of your TV strategy. But focusing on that moment, so you hadn't done sponsorship. Before you had sort of marketed around cricket, what were you thinking? What was the process that led to the decision that kind of changed the shape of the history in America, you know?
Yeah, so it was an interesting moment, right? Because it was so new, untried, untested. But the way we looked at it was, from a brand perspective, we just don't want pure visibility, right? If it's a partnership, we want to make sure that it's relevant for us, it's relevant for our partners. So there are three things we looked at. Is there a consumer fit? So the audience we are speaking to and the audience which the sport represents, is there a good fit? Is there a good fit in terms of their passion points, you know? Can we come in with a meaningful partnership? Because we don't want to come in and just be visible and be out there, but we want to make sure that we can come in with in a very meaningful way, add value, and be part of the consumer journey. So when we asked ourselves all of those questions and we looked at, you know, what Major League Cricket represents, the answer was yes. Yes, all of those questions and all of those answers fit in. Do we know it's going to work? Time will tell. But fundamentally going in, we found a great fit from what the brand stands for, what it wants to do, and who the audience was.
And initially, right, you had done TV, but in addition to sponsoring kind of the league, you also sponsored one of the teams, right, which was MI. What was your initial decision to sort of say, you know, we won't just sponsor the league, we'll look at a team as well? How did that work?
Right. I think it goes back to how do we really engage with our fans, with our audience, and how do we get the brand in front of them in a meaningful way, right? So obviously, the big sponsorship was our league sponsorship, and through that sponsorship, we had a lot of broadcast visibility, we had a lot of in-stadium visibility. We got the opportunity to really bring our product into the stadiums and connect with the consumers, right? But the other part of the equation is are the players, are the fans, who are they rooting for? And that's the passion which we thought is where a strong brand storytelling could happen as well, right? So there is the sport and there are people behind the sport. And we felt that the minute we also partner with brands and with the teams, we could sort of have a stronger storytelling, weave our brand stronger into that storytelling. And there was a great synergy between having the league sponsorship, but then also sort of adding the teams as our partners.
All right. Well, then another team walked into your life. So you know, you were already sort of working with the league, working with the team, and then I think starting in 2024, right? There was the birth of the partnership that we're going to talk more about. Why don't we start with David? You know, from your perspective, how did it happen? You were eyeing what LT and Royal were doing with Mumbai, and you were like, we want some of that. So how did you think about it, and how did you? In fact, why don't we start? Kind of rewind a second. We've heard about you coming to the States, right? But so in that moment, you were kind of like getting situated and thinking about your overall strategy. So tell us about that, and then how this category fit into it.
Yeah, I mean, as I said earlier, I came in from 2023, where we only had a couple of partners on board from SFU side of things, we needed to find new partners. And the one thing for me is it's great to have tech brands, and I mentioned that earlier. I think that they're authentic to us as a San Francisco team. But one thing you definitely need in this market is a consumer-facing brand. And for me, straight away I identify that there's probably one thing that really resonates with our fan base is Royal. It's that product itself. So I identified that very early. We obviously had to find the right fit. It's one thing to think it, it's another thing to find a way to make that happen. We had a unique scenario in 24 with the World Cup, where I know, talking to Mayuri early days, that was an asset they wanted to be associated with, but obviously the license fee or the involvement fee from an ICC perspective is quite heavy, so you need to find other ways to do that. And as I mentioned earlier, we ran our family day deliberately on the same day as the World Cup, and we wanted to make sure that we were giving cricket a local presence here in the Bay Area around the World Cup, but also it gave a chance for sponsors to get in on that in its own way, shape or form without overstepping the mark to the point the ICC could ask for money for that. So we spoke to Mayuri, we spoke to the ICC about making it an official World Cup site, which they did, and they allowed us to have our own commercial right to that, and then obviously to make that event what it was, we needed financial support. So it was a way to sort of glue those two things together, that LT Foods and Royal could be associated in a way with the World Cup, and we could bring a community event together with their support.
What was so just to dig into that for a second, we haven't spoken about this, what was the extra halo effect or credibility that came with being an ICC event, if it was just a sort of family day, right? There wasn't...
Yeah, I mean, let's be frank, it's the same as you put the NFL's logo on something. The ICC is the governing body of our sport. It has a halo effect, plain and simple. People have their own opinions about the ICC, but the ICC is, as I said, is the most powerful body in our sport. They run the biggest event in the World Cup. So being able to associate yourself with that event is really effective and a really important component. We got lucky with India being in that final, let's be frank. If it was Australia versus South Africa, we probably wouldn't have had the 3,000 people we had at that event, or whatever the number was. We got very lucky, and obviously India were then winning the event. But we invested as well. We brought Sunil Gavaskar out to that event. We made sure that it was more than just a live site for the World Cup final.
So, Mayuri, you've done TV advertising, you sponsor this league, the league's existed for a year, this thing's real, you're sponsoring a team. David somehow contacts you, I don't know, David is a very persistent executive, so I know of stories where it's taken him several meetings or attempts over months to get to someone.
Always get you, David.
I don't know how much talking was involved, but tell me about sort of how that happened and how you viewed this proposition, and you were already doing stuff, so what was it that was compelling about it?
I think I talked earlier about getting into the consumer's journey in a meaningful way, right? And this had a lot of meaning. It doesn't get bigger than that. World Cup, Bay Area, the right audience, very passionate, and we felt that in the environment in which it was, which is families coming together and sharing this experience, food fit in very well. Just like food, cricket brings people together, communities together, shared passions together. So we saw a great natural fit over there. And I think it allowed us to really come in front of the consumers while they were in that environment and share our brand with them. So I have a bag over here, and literally at the event, we gave out these jute bags with our rice samples. And while people were enjoying the cricket, they also found time to really come to our booth and to our brand and really share this and take this home. So there was a connection back from the event back home where they could take it back home, share and enjoy it further, right? So I mean, these are the opportunities.
Rice sample.
Oh, of course. So this is of course from the patch we sell. It's a small sample size.
Yeah.
But these are the kind of packs which really allow us to then get into consumers' homes and for it to live much longer after the event.
David, have you tried?
I think I've had 5 of them this week. I say this with absolute
He's not making this up.
I think we've got 35 packets of that at home. Our kids love it. So no, for what it's worth, perfect family size. Cook one of those up, it feeds 4 people beautifully. It is the easiest rice to cook. You put it in a pot, walk away 25 or so minutes later, it's done. It's fluffy. I'm sound like I'm promo here, but it is unbelievably good rice. And that particular pack, I want those size packets because I know exactly how to proportion it then, so it's perfect.
So you had this event, World Cup. Like stars aligned. India was in the final. Sunil Gavaskar was there. It was a great event. Great first activation together. Then what, right? Where did the partnership grow from there? And what was your, Dave was probably driving it in terms of trying to ask for more of a relationship. So that went well, and then what were you thinking, David? How do we get them into our fold?
Like any one of our partners, we want to grow the partnership. And I mentioned earlier that it's not a one-size-fits-all template approach. So we sat down with Royal. I actually flew down to the office down in LA, and we sat down in their office, we did the season debrief, we ran them through the metrics of the partnership, and we discussed what do you want to achieve moving forward with cricket and potentially with the unicorns. We took that away, we built a partnership upon that. Some of that's branding, but as Mayuri sort of alluded to earlier, if you want the branding piece, I'll 100% talk to the league, because you'll get that with the perimeter signage and the on-field stuff that we don't have access to. We obviously have the jersey patches and some perimeter boards, but we don't have the volume that the league has in this current setup of the way the league is run. But what we do have is the players. We have accessibility to that. We have a very creative team. We have the ability to make bespoke content that resonates with that. We yet again got lucky. We'll bring in players like Pat Cummings into our mix in that 2024 season. So how do we leverage those players in our environment to do some really fun content? And if anyone wants to backdate and look at our Instagram, if you haven't, follow us on Instagram, increase those numbers. But yeah, go back and look at some of the videos we did back then. It was a lot of product in hand, and it was getting the product in the hand of international and domestic players, and that was ultimately what we had discussed when we were sitting in LA, that we want to create that content and we'll deliver that. And that was the premise of sort of the partnership, as well as the branding and all the other pieces.
So Mayur, how did that pitch and how did that notion resonate with you and the LT team when you heard it?
Yeah, ultimately, as you said, when we're looking at any opportunity, there is the impact on the brand, right? The brand equity and the long-term sort of how it connects with our consumers. There is very importantly the engagement piece as well. How do you really engage with your consumers? How do you become part of their lives? How do you really make an impact? And I think that's where this partnership came into place. And with David and team, I think they were very, very open to saying, okay, how do we align? How do we make this work in a way which works for the unicorns, but equally works with the brand? And I think that's where we saw a great fit to say what we really need is what's going to engage our consumers, and players and international players and domestic players in general, that's who the consumers connect to. And we thought that if we could get them coming in along with our brand and creating some wonderful engaging content and build opportunities around it. So it's just not content for the sake of content, but how do you really take it forward? How do you integrate it with the rest of your brand strategy and engagement, and how do you really leverage that? It opens up a lot of those opportunities, but the starting point was really, creating this engaging content with the players whom the fans love.
As I always say, you can't root for the league. Like, as much as we do as owners and CEOs, we root for the league, but you can't. There's not many people walking around with the MLC cap on going, that's the team I'm going for. So we made that, obviously, that pitch to Mayuri, say support the league. It's a great thing for the branding side of it, but you can root for the team, you can root for the players, and that's what that's what we bring as a team environment.
Give me an example of some of the sort of the content of the act, like some of the players that did this and that it worked for.
You know, I don't get into the micro. You know, I've got a brilliant marketing director in D, and the better D, as we always say.
Yeah, the better D.
The greater D, the greater D or the big letter Z. Yeah. And Z leads that content. So we had a taste testing for memory. We were doing different types of rice and getting the players to test different types of rice and try and remember, try and name what's their favorite rice and those type of things. So you're actually really promoting the product using the players as just a platform for that. It's product in hand. And the one other thing we still had, obviously Royal involved in our family day and getting the product in our fans' hands at that event. And the one thing we can do at those events is actually, product testing or tasting and those, not as easy to do at an Oakland Coliseum where you have limiting factors as far as tasting and ability to access those venues and do that, but you can do that at a family day as well. So it was multifaceted, the partnership, but that was what we built. And so what was your kind of like overall assessment of, so this was more 2025, right? That was more last year, 2024? Yeah, 24 was the Family Day partnership group, grew into a sort of more, holistic partnership in 25. Yeah.
So what's your, without putting anyone on the spot, sort of how do you think 2025 went with this sort of deeper kind of partnership?
I'd love to know that, Marguerite.
I thought 25 for us was more holistic.
Yeah.
Because we also built on our learnings from year one, season 1 and season 2, right? I mean, you have to realize we're not Coke. We don't have specialist sports marketing people, right? And just as the league was learning, we were learning along with them. And so we had 2 years experience behind us in terms of what's working, what's not working. Visibility is great, but consumers already know us. And what we really wanted to do was those deeper engagement, more authentic engagement. We wanted more organic content and earned media rather than sort of, pushing paid behind.
Sure.
And so we sort of found ways to weave more naturally into the entire ecosystem. And that came through the learnings of year 1 and year 2. So obviously that was, I would say 2025 was our biggest year, which was we had our league partnership and we also had our team partnerships with unicorns, the Bay Area being a key market and a big market for us. And MI New York, because again, New York, New Jersey, from a consumer-based perspective is very big for us, and we wanted those local legs because ultimately, consumers also connect at a local level. So it's very important to build those local partnerships and communities with where our consumers are. So I thought from that perspective, the 3 sort of partnerships came together very well and gave us very different sort of legs to our overall partnership.
I did say earlier you can't root for a league, but you can root for a team. Marguerite still will not tell me which team she goes for out of us, and I've never met a more bipartisan person in the world than Marguerite. Every game we play against New York, I'm like, who are you going for tonight? I go for both of you.
Not how cricket works.
I'm a fan of cricket.
But David, what's your favorite basmati rice?
What's that?
What's your favorite basmati rice?
My favorite rice range is Royal.
So you've got, it seems like the partnership went well in 2025 and went deeper and broader. How do you measure the success of it, right? Specifically, and because I know you at this point, you're a very sophisticated marketer. You're not going to be. It's not over when David says, "Hey, went well," right? So how do you measure that?
That's a great question, and I think we've been getting better at it, and we are also sort of asking our partners to support us in that journey, right? Because when we started with this, it was on this notion of it feels right, we're doing the right thing, and let's get in early and let's grow with the sport in US, right? But increasingly over the years and as investments sort of evolve, There certainly is, you want to be able to measure it, and you want your partners to be able to support you in that measurement. So there are the long-term brand equity aspects of it, which is not something you can measure year on year, but that's something you want to keep an eye on. Are your consumers associating with you with the right things? What kind of, are you getting earned media? When you talk about cricket in US, do you come up as a brand, right? So there are all of those softer aspects. There are also the more engagement-led pieces to say, hey, we did a collab post together. How many consumers ended up seeing it, right? How many engaged with them? How many commented on them? If there was a video view, did they end up watching the entire video? How many minutes of video did they saw? So there are obviously, from a digital perspective, there's a lot you can measure today. Is it a direct impact on the business? No. But it tells you, did you manage to engage your consumers in a right way? The third aspect of the measurement is the business impact, which I would say is the toughest one. Because how do you correlate all of this to sales? So you can obviously see, in local regions, if there is an uplift in sales, it's not always easy to isolate because there are multiple factors and, you cannot really isolate the impact of it. There are ways to do in terms of running in-store campaigns and QR code related campaigns and couponing, etc. But I would say that's the one piece from a conversion related where we need to get better at and work with our partners to see how do we bring to life some of those business impact strategies and also be able to measure to them.
Yeah, unless you've got a direct call to action on a particular post,
right,
or it is very hard to measure whether that post correlates with someone walking in the store and buying. So.
But more generally, David, how do you and your team view the idea of measurement and to keep these sponsorship relationships going long term? You've got to prove to them that it's working.
Yeah, I mean, it's always nice to say it worked and hope that's enough, but it's not. So in 2024, we worked with a company called Dentsu Analytics, and then from 24 to 25, we moved it over to Nielsen, who are both very well recognized and reputable companies in this space. So we did post-season reports for all of our partners that deliver, that measures all the metrics across, social, earned, owned, media, broadcast. We get obviously the broadcast data from the league, and we feed that into that as well. So ultimately, that spits out a report for us that we present back, along with the intangible sort of components around the branding piece and the VIP experiences, the ticketing, the hospitality, and we put a value on that overall to say, you invested X, we believe we delivered Y, based on the metrics, based on both the intangible and tangible.
Great. If we have any questions from the audience, you can start getting ready. If there's any hands, just feel free to pop them up anytime. I'm going to keep asking questions. But if anyone has any questions or wants to think of a question, we're going to have some time for this. David, let's keep going with you, right? So you you've done this partnership, let's go back to 2024, 2025, right? Or early 2024. You've done this deal with Royal and LT, which is, in my mind, and I think a lot of people's minds, a consumer-facing brand is kind of like the holy grail of sports marketing, right?
Yep.
At the same time, you're in the Bay Area, in Silicon Valley. I'm going to tell everyone something. This is not really proprietary, but so one of the big partners of the unicorns is Cricket Victoria, right? The
high performance partner.
Yeah, performance partner. But Nick Cummins, who's the CEO of Cricket Victoria and David's former boss, right, has told me, right, and this is verbatim quote, public, he's like, you can use it, that at this point now, right, and this is shocking, right, in a good way, that the sponsorship roster, right, the sponsorship sales of the unicorns, right, and Nick has been the CEO of multiple Big Bash teams and overseen a lot of BBL, right? The unicorn sponsorship roster is in the range of the Big Bash team, right? So this is one of the one of the oldest, one of the original T20 franchise leagues in one of the most important cricket markets, right? And this is the guy who knows the numbers, and I'm friendly with him, and you're very friendly with him. And he said, the unicorns are right there in the Big Bash range, more than some Big Bash teams, right? So first of all, for San Francisco Unicorns, but for the MLC and for American cricket, that's a massive, massive statement, right? But part of it was what David did with Royal, but it was also part of what you did with the rest of the roster, right? So you came in, you've got this box tick, you've got a consumer sponsor, right? But tell me how you approach kind of the rest of your roster.
I mean, I mentioned earlier, you asked what was one of the first things I had to focus on in our earlier conversation. I said, you have to keep the lights on, don't you? So when I walked in, Venki wasn't here earlier, so I didn't have to, do that for anyone. But Venki is now here, so I have to make sure that the boss is happy. But no, that was the first focus of the business, is get to generating revenue. We have to keep the lights on. We have to make sure that we are cutting into the loss. Both Venki and Sanjay mentioned earlier that this is a loss leader at the moment. We're not going to, as much as I'd love to increase our revenue by X amount to cover that, it's not going to be probably possible at this stage fully, but we are looking at ways to do that through different revenue sources, and obviously sponsorship is a major component of that. So it became a focus of mine from day dot. As I mentioned, in 24 we had a good roster. Getting Rubric across the line was a big coup for us. They had just IPO'd at the time, so another up-and-coming tech company in the Bay Area. We chatted as a sort of leadership group that we wanted to have that focus of tech and consumer as sort of the two bases. We made that choice. I know it's different to the Seattle team, but we made that choice in 24 to have a betting brand on our shirt. To be frank, part of that is you have to keep the lights on. But we wanted to move the roster over to a more aligned component with the Bay Area, which is the tech component. So we focused heavily on that last year, and to bring in Qualys, Arcus, ServiceNow were big coups for us on that front. But then we wanted to also equally have a roster that reflects the Bay Area in other ways, and that Alfie Foods and Royal is a huge component of the South Asian community here in the Bay Area. So it was important for us to have them on board. We also got Toyota on board as well, which is just having that international recognizable brand like Toyota is another big coup for us. So it became a real more completed roster in 25 comparatively to 24 when you add all those components. The balancing act in there is to make sure that you still give the right TLC to all of your partners. It is hard. You've only got a certain amount of perimeter boards you can sell. You've only got a certain amount of social posts you can put out without annoying everyone. You can only do so much across each of those different areas, so you have to balance it out across all of your partners in a fair and equitable manner.
Yeah. Great. Any questions? If we've got questions. Okay. Ron.
Yeah, I'm just curious how, both sides, both David and Mayuri, how you guys think about, from the merchandise standpoint. Obviously, I can't get placement in a huge big box right out of the start, but you want your brand to be seen more broadly. You want your jerseys to be worn on the streets of San Francisco, Bay Area generally. Yeah. Does it come into your discussions with them, like we need you guys to have more merch at stores, or does it, how does that interaction work, and what are the goals there?
Good question.
Look, I'm coming from wrong way. You've never actually raised volume as a thing from a merchandise perspective, but necessarily having the logo on the shirt and making sure that's there for the replica merchandise is always a bonus. It means that your brand, as you said, resonates beyond the stadium. And it is, to be frank, there's always a deadline to the printing process as well. We have a lot of partners. It's just part of the process of selling sponsorship. A lot of partners come in about 5 minutes before the season, and you're heat pressing, but at that point you can't get them on the merchandise because you've already gone to print with that. So there is a deadline there, and so if you go back and look at our jersey from last year versus the one that were for sale in the merchandise stores, there were 2 or 3 partners missing, because those were the ones that didn't hit that, I think it was like April 1st deadline where we had to go to print. As far as volumes, I can see Peter's over there. Peter was very critical of the merchandise program at the Coliseum. So
Peter's never complained about
no.
of any kind, ever.
But for what it's worth, Peter had some points. I'm not going to lie. I think and I can see Hemant up the back. We're two of the CEOs that have probably voiced this the most. That we need a league-wide merchandise deal. We need a league-wide apparel deal. That's the only way it will grow. Otherwise, it's always going to be subservient to the different teams, their different programs, different print deadlines. If you had one brand that came in and said, we're going to own both the merchandise and the apparel program, and this is your deadline, you've got to stick to it, and they'll be able to better measure volumes and the like for games. It's going to make it easier. So, I think we did a good job, but I think we missed a trick on a few fronts, because we could have sold more at the Coliseum, especially. It was a bit of a guessing game on the volumes we could sell. We thought we had enough hoodies, to be frank. We didn't. Venky's probably laughing because he was telling me to buy more up front. And I'm a conservative guy, so I went with a conservative number up front. But we thought we had enough. But the positive being that people resonated with our product. So it means that next year we can go deeper. We want to review our streetwear range. We've got to look at that as well, because I think there's some stuff that resonates with people more than others. We found that people love caps. It was something I didn't think would be the case, but people love the caps. We sold out of those. We sold out of the hoodies. It was probably colder at the Coliseum than I anticipated, not Venky. I anticipated. There are some learnings from year one at the Coliseum that we'll take away, but as I said, it was a positive being that the product obviously resonated with the fans.
Great. Yeah, and Venky's lived in the Bay Area much longer.
No.
I
should.
Everyone here has a visit San Francisco sweatshirt, because once in our lives we go to San Francisco unprepared.
Exactly. Last question.
So obviously, as you said, way ahead in terms of sponsorship as compared to the other major leagues.
Not Seattle. Us and Seattle very close. So,
because I'm from Texas, I'm from Dallas, so
sure.
there isn't much that local team has done to engage the community the way we should probably. So do you think that because of these other four teams not as big as you guys, is that like a difference for you guys in sponsorship?
yes. I mean, to be frank, I said that earlier. I'm probably not saying anything I didn't say 2 hours ago. That I think the variance between Seattle and us, and it's easier to say when there's only two teams in the building at the time, but the difference between us and the other four teams is that local presence. I mean, credit to the LA team. They've just hired a new gentleman down there, and I think they'll see the effects of that in due course. I think that next year they will have more sponsors because they've got a guy working on it full time. Washington, to their credit, have Daraj, and I think he's got multiple facets with multiple teams now across the world that he has to manage, but he's pretty present, so I think Washington will see the effects of that, and I hope in due course we start to see the Texas team and the New York team to having that local presence from a physical staffing perspective to grow their brands. I fully respect the IPL setup of finding the efficiencies when you have multiple teams across the world. I don't have to deal with that, so that is a component that they have to deal with. So they find those efficiencies by doing that. So that's an absolute credit to them. But on the flip side, you give up something to get something, and what they're giving up is that local presence and probably commercial revenue locally as a component of that.
Yeah, I'm just going to add local presence plus local ownership that's really networked in the community.
Yeah.
Right? Makes such a massive difference, right? Because you've got Venky and Anand, you've got Sanjay, Soma, and all their partners, right? Very locally networked, and that's going to. Huh? Yeah, obviously, yeah. So, and there's a whole crew of them in both cities, right? It's we've got lead owners, but they've brought their friends in, and it makes and it's helpful to the sport, right? To have entire networks doing this.
And I would add to that because yes, local presence and being in the community is extremely important, and then that allows you to also understand the partners and what they're looking for within that context, right? Because ultimately it's how do you approach that partnership And the more customized you can make it, the more you can weave in your partner's requirements as well, leads to a much stronger partnership, right? And you kind of need to be there and understand and engage them, which becomes really important.
Yeah, I mean, it's also going to be a year-round proposition, not just from selling and being a market, but how do you activate the partnership? So if you haven't, as I said, jump on Instagram. We had a spin the wheel with Royal over the last couple of weeks where you can win prizes. You know, we're always looking for new innovative ways that we can keep our brand present as in the unicorn, but also hero our sponsors as part of that, because it's always, you know, makes it better for both parties if you can do that.
Amazing. Well, we're past time, but I want to ask one last question of Mayuri, which is, you know, now you're 3 years into it, right? You sponsored the league, you took the chance on the league, you've sponsored 2 teams now. There's a lot of people in the cricket world who are looking for money. What does your inbox look like these days? Everyone's hitting you up because you're very visible on TV and everywhere. Like, Mayuri, there's 2 bank accounts in the cricket world, right? And one is David White, who bankrolls everything, and then there's Mayuri.
I still email with it after that. That's part of it.
I mean, I wish it was only cricket. I have MLB reaching out, I have soccer reaching out, I have opportunities where I'm like, does it even make sense? Like, why would you think you would reach out to me and I would find an opportunity over here? So yes, I mean, as a brand, we've become visible in the sports sort of domain. So that does invite a lot of calls, but again, it goes back to can we make it meaningful with the partners? And it's not a one-shot, one-time partnership, because we want to grow with that. We want to build partnerships over a period of time, and that's when it becomes most successful, right? So no one-off small opportunities, we want to grow together.
Amazing. On that note, thank you so much to both of you. Again, what the Unicorns have done for the league and for cricket is incredible, and what Mayuri and LT have done for cricket by taking, again, it's very brave to take a chance on something that's just an idea on paper and validate it, and I think the whole of American cricket owes you.
I would say not only did we take a chance, we did a 3-year partnership up front, so that was taking a big chance.
So thank you to both the panelists. Hey, we're going to take a 5-minute break, and then we're going to come back for round 2, which is the Shark Tank. We're going to announce the 4 finalists, and we're going to have the Shark Tank style session with each of them and our judges. So 5 minutes, everyone please be back in here.
They're both trained. You can grab their lap, and we're going to need 5 people. So right now, there's 5, right? And there's 4 guys, just like earlier, there's 4 of them, right? And the thing is, you need to have one. You've got to have right? And then right after that, there's 5 left. Mine is 4 hours. I can keep mine on. And then those 4 others have the link up. Yeah, I do the one I can't.
I can pick up 4 of us all. Really?
Yeah, I know. For now, these guys are so right now we're going to find 4 of them, and then once they start,
Any other questions that I may have?
That's going to be fun. But actually, no. Yeah, the judge is the one that yeah, and then flip it back to the last one. Maybe the last time I did it. Last time I did So for now, when I make the announcement, but then you don't need to have okay, there it is.
What have your contacts?
All right, we're going to get started in a couple of minutes.
We're going to get started now. If everyone can take their seats, please. Everyone can take their seats. We've got our exciting final round. This is the judges, so you two are going to sort of hold and ask your questions. This is the contestants' mic coming in. All right, so just logistics. This is the final round, and so one by one, I'm going to, one at a time, I'm going to announce the 4 finalists, which were the top 4 rated by the judges in the first round. And each finalist is going to come up and have a 10-minute session, Shark Tank style, where Venki and Sanjay are going to ask questions. If there's time, we'll open it up to audience questions, but I doubt there will be, so that's going to be 4. After that, we're going to go straight into our final panel, which there's been a lot of anticipation for, which is rebuilding the innings, the path forward in cricket in America, which, as you know, like Adam acknowledged at the very beginning of the conference, we're in a very challenging time, and we're going to talk for real about what's been going on and how we can move forward in this context, right? So stay for that, and then at the end of that, we'll announce the winner. So I'm going to, again, announce them one at a time. You're going to come up if you're one of the selected finalists. You're going to grab the microphone. If you're not here, is everyone here? Can you raise your hand? If you're not here, then I'm just going to move on to someone else. So, if everyone who pitched in the first round, raise your hand. I want to see if I have 10 hands. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. All right. We might have. Oh, I might have missed Madan's hand. Okay, 10. All right, we're all here. So much for the suspense and the drama. Okay. Yeah, all right. So you come on and right off the bat, you reintroduce yourself and your company in a few, a few seconds, right? Just to remind the judges, they've seen a lot. Now, they picked you, so they were impressed by you, but you still need to remind everyone in the audience who you are. All right. So, First up, the first of 4 finalists is Sports Nexion. Omar, the mic is on the table, so just pick it up when you get up. So just remind the judges, and we'll have some fun.
Hello, welcome. Thank you. It's an honor to be a finalist. So, are we doing the 10 minutes now?
Yeah.
10 minutes going? Okay, here we go. Yeah, this is really about just the opportunity to look at cricket and how we can occupy a vertical that's already time-tested and proven in the U.S.
It's been my dream to grill you. No. So Omar, it's time-tested, it's proven market. How are you going to scale? And what are the aspects of scale that are important to you?
And that's where it comes down to, operational efficiency. And we have to look at, we need more players sign with us. We need to make more product. The good thing is we already have the distribution network in place. We go through GTS distribution, which is the same as Panini, and Fanatics has their own, but Upper Deck, Panini, they go through GTS distribution. And one of the really positive things that we noticed with the All-Stars of Cricket release is that we actually sold about $16,000 worth of product through GTS. So obviously those dealers are blinded to me, but I'm very curious. I mean, he did tell me that, we sold in Long Island, Atlanta, LA, were some of the major places, but those are local hobby shops. Those are the mom and pop shops that the diaspora doesn't necessarily go to. People outside the diaspora go to. So it showed us that there's if you go to a card show, you'll see that anything on a card will be of interest to somebody. And so for us to sell that much product blindly to existing channels was very gratifying and shows there's a possible lane there. And so ultimately, back to your question, we worked with a company in the Chicago suburbs called Team Concept, and they're well versed in this, and they can ultimately turn the dial up in terms of producing more, and then boxing more, and having it ready to go to the distributor.
I guess a couple questions. One is, who is your target demographic? Do you have enough data that you can say this is my target demographic? Is it a South Asian expat who wants to, is it a cricket aficionado who's getting introduced to cards, or is it a card aficionado getting introduced to cricket?
Primarily 2 audiences. So the first audience is the more mature market, which is people in this room, right? People who had never had a chance to collect their heroes of the 80s and 90s, and so now they have disposable income, not just in the U.S., but around the world. That's the one market, that's your collector-investor market, and then the market here in the U.S. is kids, age 8 to 18. That's who we're targeting, because if you go to a minor league baseball game or a minor league hockey game, they're not going to remember the score, but they'll get the pack of cards, and they'll keep those cards. And so those are the people that we're going to target. They want the rookie. They want the speculation aspect of it, which would be is when, say, for example, MLC, the Unicorns of the Orcas, they have 4 rookies debuting in 2026. We put those in the sets. Collectors will chase the rookies, especially if they have autographs or relics. So one thing for MLC, for example, the NBA is doing with Topps this week, is that they have the debut patches for everybody who's debuting, Cooper Flag and all the rookies. They did it with a lot of success with MLB. And so what one could do is your rookies, for example, they have a debut patch. That debut patch after their first game comes off, goes into a card, they sign it. That becomes a very, very interesting chase option for people.
Clearly the product is the players. Talk to us a little bit about, player licensing. I think you've been through kind of the ringer on this one. What's your advice to MLC, to the teams, in terms of getting more product, players to sign off and sign in?
So it's a great question, and it's something we've sliced and diced the last 24 months because it really has changed very, very much, even since we probably first met, where NIL rules, the college athlete, that whole thing. Two things that came out last year was the Shohei Ohtani 50-50 set. That was an unlicensed set. It didn't have any Dodgers logos on it. And the other one was Topps Mercury. They came out with a special Victor Wembanyama set, which was unlicensed, which was unthinkable even maybe 3 years ago. But what it showed is that collectors want the player. They would like the Spurs logo or the Dodgers logo, but it's not a deal breaker anymore. And so that's where a lot of other companies, not just Sports Connection, but other people in this space, they go straight to the players. And ultimately, they'll take Cam Scatterbo from the Giants, who scored 3 touchdowns 2 weeks ago, and they did a deal with him the next day, and they released a bunch of his cards. There's no Giants logo. The airbrushed logo is off the helmet. There's nothing on the card. People want Cam Scatterbo's autograph because he's a cult hero who went to Arizona State and now is making it big in the NBA. So, in the perfect world, it would be league licensed, franchise licensed, player licensed. That would be the perfect stack. For different reasons in cricket, it just hasn't happened. And so what we looked for then with the retired players was they're contract free, obviously. So it eliminated some of those, additional stack layers. Now for MLC, we'd have to look at, say, there's a league, there's a franchise, and then the players. And so I don't know enough about your contract structure to really opine on it.
Is this sort of something that happens in India? Like, is it possible to get Indian players, active players' cards, or is that just a bridge too far?
At the moment, it's a bridge too far. The commercial quantum in India is very, very disproportionate to, there's just a gap, put it that way. India did do something from 2009 until 2016 called Topps Attacks. It was a very different product. They had bowler rankings, batter rankings, and it was a gamification, right? You had one, I had one. So, Virat has more than Bumrah on batting, etc. It was a gamification. It wasn't a high-quality product. So Virat Kohli's rookie is a 2009 release. It was a glittery card. The corners are terrible. There's only, I think, maybe 5 or 6 that are PSA graded above 5. But those things, when they hit the market, those are $1,000 plus. So they've tried it in India. I still think there's a huge opportunity where, when my son asked me, for example, it got me thinking, where I think 2 years ago, Shubman Gill had a breakout IPL. And all I could think to myself is, oh my God, if Shubman Gill had a rookie card, that thing would be instant value. The same thing with Bumrah. He's an all-timer now. He's been around since 2017. So I can't speak to the Indian market as a whole. I just know there's a ton of opportunity there because Abhishek Sharma had the Asia Cup of his life. If someone picked up 10 of his rookies 6 weeks ago, they probably doubled their money. And that's what kids here do. And that's what people in India are starting to do, which is what I noticed. The big moment for me was when Kobe Bryant, RIP, passed away. We looked at where did all of his stuff sell. So a bunch of his stuff sold after he passed away, Asia Pacific, Beijing, Shanghai, but a big portion was actually India. So, and they were buying it for dollars. It wasn't some kind of conversion. They were buying full market price from India. So I think there's a market in India that is hungry for this product and would be able to support it.
So again, at the end of the day, you're a consumer company, obviously, and at least my experience with consumer companies is largely comes down to traction that you've been able to generate and how that looks, right? Can you give us some sense in terms of what are the right metrics are, whether it's revenues or number of items sold, that where you can see some sort of path forward and growth and all of that?
The truthful answer is I don't know. It's just such a completely open market. And the example, the metaphor that I would give is that if you asked me that question about F1 or MMA in 2017, no one would be able to tell you. MMA took off, F1 came out with some docuseries on Netflix that went crazy, and all of a sudden you had a Max Verstappen rookie sell for $340,000. You had a Lewis Hamilton rookie sell for $890,000 at auction. And that is wealth generation out of nowhere. And that's where I really feel that cricket is 8 or 9 years behind that curve, and it behooves us to occupy that space.
So, do you not know how many cards you sold last year?
In terms of what we sold?
Yeah.
We sold 200 packs of the original US Legends of Pakistan, and then this summer we sold 600 boxes of All Stars of Cricket.
And a box has how many?
A box has 6 cards. Price point was $149. Wholesale was a little bit slighter than that. I don't want to disclose, but I mean, we had a pretty good distribution ratio between direct to consumer and wholesale. Our goal for the next product, which is being released in December, is about a 50-50 split. We realized that there's obviously a part where you want to get the product out, and that's what we did with the Mumbai distributor, where we really gave them a pretty reasonable wholesale discount just to get it out in India. Whether for the UK and the UAE and Australian market and the US market, it was mainly direct to consumer on our website.
Thank you.
Oh, great.
All right, is this on? Yeah. All right, our next finalist was the first presenter, Ludimos. Remind the judges of your company and what you do.
Yeah. Hello, everyone. My name is Madan, founder of Ludimos, which is the cricket coaching and player development platform that's powered by AI analytics.
All right.
So, first, it's pretty impressive. You've got some of the names that you did mention. I recollect. This seems like it's a space that is really taking off in the U.S., especially around, let's say, basketball, football, and so on, right? Where is your market? Is it largely, leaving aside the really high-performance guys, do you have any traction at the academy level, club level, the grassroots level? Because that's really where the business opportunity is in this case.
So I think there's different level of maturity in different markets. If you look at, our key market is UK, Australia, US, and South Africa right now, because the level of maturity from the coaches and the willingness to adopt technology is quite high. So that's our kind of key markets. Cricket is a traditionally coached sport, which we all agree, right? So there's a big barrier of entry, and there is an educational element here to educate the coaches as well, to also make them kind of use it as a mainstream and a main tool. So on that sense, the market is getting there. India is slow to adopt. That's the biggest market for us, right? So we're going to get there in about 2-3 years when everything is warmed up. But the strategy that we use is that we try to go to the top first, to go to the associations, to go to district associations and high-performing centers. And if the adoption is there, then it automatically trickles down to the Tier 2 and Tier 3 academies. And we're seeing evidence of that in multiple countries that we're working right now.
Could you give me a sense of who the buyer is and what's a typical user like?
So for us, we have a primary source of revenue is coming from B2B sources, and in the B2B sources we have 2 types of clients. One is the organizations where cricket is a business, like county boards, national associations, and we have also academies as well. So our typical buyer in the academy is either the coach, if it's run by him, or the owner of the academy themselves. And in terms of associations and national governing boards, we have commercial officers and we have a whole department for that. But the initial pathway to a purchase is through a coach or through a performance analyst, because they are the eventual users that benefit from the app, and they would then recommend us to have a chat with the commercial teams, and then we would kind of, have a sales cycle through that.
And similar to Venki's question to Omar, give us a sense of revenue, unit, and unit economics.
Yeah, so far, we are growing twice every year since 2022, and this year we expect to close our revenue between $400,000 to $500,000. And the the revenue per client differs based on the type of clients we have. So RCBs and national boards have a higher revenue potential than coaching academies that we go for. So typically we sell licenses between the price of $20 per month per user to $30 per month per user based on how much data they want to capture. And then we start with at least 30 licenses for association or account to begin with. And what we're seeing is that every year, or even after a few months of subscribing to Udemy, they actually add more and more users, which means there's increased revenue per existing client every year, and also we're signing new clients. The key metric for us, where we get a lot of positive, let's say, benefit is that, or positive thing is that our biggest clients never churned in the last 4 years. We have churners who are giving us revenue below the price of $1,500 or $2,000, but people who pay more than $5,000, they haven't churned once they have started using Udemy so far.
How big do you think this market is? Because it's an interesting question in the sense that, sports is a pyramid, right?
Yep.
And so you have the fans, then you have the casual players, and then you go all the way to the pros, right?
Yep.
At least for a venture-funded company, the sort of thinking is as you go up, higher up on the pyramid, the less fundable it gets, right?
Yes.
Just because the market sizes start to diminish. So how big do you think your market gets?
Yeah, true. So typically startups, they try to choose a niche within the pyramid. But for us, what we have learned is that we have helped Serbia, which receives an ICC funding of less than $10,000 per whole year, and we have helped RCB, who has enormous money at their disposal, right? So the value for a tool like Udemy is quite high, and we are at the right point right now to kind of serve the market. The total TAM, if you look at only the coaching and player development market, it sits somewhere between $2 and $3, let's say, billion dollars. Based on our estimation, India is a difficult country to estimate, but estimations put it there.
How much of that would be India in your mind?
So, I would just please put between 75 and 80% of that value from India, but that's the huge market for us. And one other thing that I want to add to that aspect is that there is a vertical expansion and a horizontal expansion, right? So our vision is that if I take Maddie as a player, I want to capture, since the day you started playing cricket, your games, your scores, and whatever that you do, strength and conditioning, mindset, everything. So to do that, we need to get into matches and match analytics. We have CricHeroes here, we have other partners who are doing that, we will partner with them. So there's several opportunities for us to expand within the sport of cricket, and then horizontally serve the different segments within cricket as well.
What's a typical sales cycle like for, let's say, RCB or somebody of that stature?
RCB is a very unique story. It's an inbound request from the VP at that point in time. He came to us and said that we're looking for a technology to find the next fast bowler for us. We have tried something in the past, it didn't work for us. Can you do something? Can you help us? I said we can. And they gave us 14 days to prove what we can do. We did that in 12 days, and we got the contract with RCB. So I think for RCB, like organizations, state associations, our sales cycle vary between 8 to 16 weeks. And for, let's say, academies, private academies, it's between 4 and 8 weeks. For individual coaches, it's instant. Between a week and 14 days, we could have a yes from a private coach.
How do you guys sell? Because it seems like these are fairly small sales points. Do you just do some? How do you know about these guys? How do you reach them? How do you talk to them? How do you make sure that your cost of sales is actually going to work?
Yeah. So for us, luckily we have got a good network of users. So from the initial batch of users, every year we get at least 2 or 3 referrals which automatically convert for us. And the word of mouth is quite strong for us. And beyond that, the product speaks for itself. As I said, the churn numbers are quite low. But what we have done is we have created a database of the key people within our target market. So we have a list of all the clubs and academies in the UK, in the US, in Australia, and we do outbound reach out to them because we know the numbers, and then we try to activate a small batch of users every single month. And also cricket being seasonal, when UK is active, Australia it's not, right? So we have the seasonal thing. So with the same or the small team of people, we are able to handle multiple seasonal geographies throughout the year.
You mentioned partners. Talk to us about what a partner channel or looks like for you.
Yeah. So we have, let's say, a partner in Australia called Perth Cricket Academy. We have someone in South Africa called Pro Cricket Analytics. So what they do is that they become evangelists in the country. So because I cannot be physically there, they are our partners who kind of the front-facing element of Ludimus. And any inbound request that comes from us through our marketing activities, they take lead in that, and they would basically go and sell Ludimus and take care of all the first point of contact within the region. We have a couple of arrangements in which we would work with them. The usual ones, either you do a revenue share or you do, let's say, a referral and you have a retainer-based kind of model. But right now, the partners are also helping us to add to the revenue month over month.
Thank you, Mother.
All right, my pleasure.
All right, our third finalist, and I should say this was very, very close. Like 1 to 10, it was actually pretty close. So this is, everyone did really well. Third finalist, Pro Velocity Cricket. Luis, it's third, yeah, exactly. Just grab the mic, have a seat.
Hello everyone. I have a batting training product, physical tool.
I think by now you probably know our questions, but unit economics, units, revenue. Let's just start there because you've been in the market for a while.
Yeah. So this year we're going to sell around 10,000. Well, we're at about 10,000 now, hopefully with Black Friday, which in years past has been about a quarter of our revenue within 4 days, which is always pretty insane. But so that number could push to 12,000, 13,000. We're going to do about $5 million this year in revenue, and again, depending on how the year goes, it could go to 6, maybe 6.5. Our average order value is about $420. We have a lower priced product that's $275. That's more of an intro level product. I don't know if I answered it all.
What was last year's revenue like?
Last year was about 1.5. So we've really grown quite a bit this year.
3x?
Just about. Yeah.
What percentage of that are cricket playing people?
Probably less than 0.1%. I think to date we've sold maybe a few hundred cricket bats. But I have, other than this show, this has really been our first foray into the cricket market at all. So it's all been baseball, and even still, we've had really, really great buy-in from some of the best players within cricket, like I mentioned, Joe Butler, Sam Billings, Sri Lankan national team, and that's all grassroots, all word of mouth type.
Yeah. So I pay a lot of attention to cricket, and of course, Aaron carrying your product, I see it everywhere. But I wasn't aware of Joe Butler and Sam Billings, and I think I'm pretty aware of the market. So how are you going to get awareness up, given that you have some marquee players?
So on the baseball side of things, one thing that we've done this year, which I think has really driven that 3x growth, has been partnering with top players. So in baseball, we have Brent Rooker and Corbin Carroll, both of which are all-stars. Corbin was Rookie of the Year. So my goal for the next coming years, really starting from this show, is developing our cricket presence, maybe signing one of those players to a bigger endorsement deal, and really penetrating the market with that top level validation that the product needs.
Just switching gears a little bit, I didn't fully understand your pitch. So when you sort of swing the bat around, are you sort of is there a ball involved, or is somebody pitching to you when you're doing this?
Well, so that's one of the beautiful things about my product was that when I designed it, it was designed around, New Jersey weather. So you can use it in your basement, in your driveway, and you don't need anything else. But if you do decide to use it with a ball, you can, with live, bowling, or in my case, pitching, and it is durable enough to actually hit, and that gives you amazing feedback if you're actually able to hit it on the quote-unquote sweet spot.
And how do you typically characterize value to the person using it? Is it muscle building? Is it just muscle memory? How do you pitch the value?
Yeah, it's it's something to this day that I haven't fully figured out, but it's some combination of bat speed, which again on the baseball side is really, really important. The swing mechanics element, like the technique and getting that immediate feedback with every single swing, and then the being able to hit real balls and being able to hone in your hand-eye coordination. And it's really, my message is really those three things. Maybe other tools and other products you can do individually, but my tool is the only one that within every individual swing you're getting that improvement. So it's kind of that whole approach.
Do you have any competition in the baseball market?
Yeah, it's a very large space, large space, a lot of tools. They're mostly at the $100 price point. Again, I'm at the $500 and $275 price point. And not to sound arrogant or anything, but I do think those products really lack the logic and then are also one-dimensional or required to be used in very specific settings.
Let me be more precise. Has anybody knocked you off entirely, or is there anything keeping them from doing that, right?
Well, we're patented. I also think that we have, again, having the lower priced product, it's kind of hard to, yeah.
Any thoughts of the India market where patents probably don't work?
Yeah, that's something that we've been talking about. I don't have an answer there. Yeah, I don't yet. Yeah.
Focusing back on cricket, other than high-profile endorsements, how do you really plan to grow the market in the cricket space for your product?
So, I like to say that at some point we're, also a media company, because my entire job pretty much is figuring out and creating highly profitable Facebook and Instagram ad campaigns. So we've done it really well on the baseball side, and the plan is to deploy the exact same strategies, which has worked. And the beautiful thing about cricket is I think there's 9 million baseball players worldwide. Cricket's 9 times that number, or something around that. So I think if we're able to skim even just a small percentage of that, that's a massive, massive market. So yeah, it's the e-commerce digital channels.
And where's the product built?
In Dover, New Jersey.
Curious, why did you pick cricket outside of the number piece? Why wouldn't you just double down on baseball in this?
Well, we are doubling down on baseball, and I have lots of big plans there. But cricket, love the sport. First of all, I'm one of those people that went to a random, T20 World Cup match when I was living in New York, and it was awesome. And yeah, that inspired the whole thing. But then also, we've gotten a really good organic. I put very few dollars towards cricket, and cricket's, it's growing, and the people that it's growing with is really encouraging. So the product also does not need any modifications. Even if other sports we've thought about as lacrosse or whatever, but it requires new developments. Cricket's the exact same product, just branded slightly differently. So it's a really, really easy transition into it.
How many people do you have, and are you planning to grow your team as well?
Yeah, we're the start of this year was just me and a business partner. Now we're at 10 people, or 9 people to date. We just hired somebody to help operate the marketing side of baseball, so that I can shift my focus and not be as bogged down in the day-to-day to do more cricket-related things. Come to the show, for example. So yeah, we're growing.
So if there's one person using this for training and for improvement, there's probably 10 people who just like to shadow play in cricket. You'll find them crossing the road and shadow playing, right? Have you thought about that market as a potential, or is there an equivalent in baseball for kind of the non-serious people?
Yeah, there is, and I have developed a very, very cheap version of it, like, something that you could get at Dick's, let's just say, that's not even $100 price point, even less, so, and more gamified even, so yeah, I have thought about it. I'm still feel like I'm not even in baseball or cricket even close to penetrating, the full extent of the high echelon, top level players from youth all the way to pros, so I'm still diving in there, but yeah, I have thought about it.
What are the margins on the product? Like, how much does it cost to make this thing?
Yeah, it's going down with better engineering, and we're coming out with the Gen 3 version. So right now it's about $100 per unit. I think we can lower that to maybe $80, $90. And yeah.
Is there any way to measure the bat speed on your smartphone?
Yes, we also have an app that, it's actually relatively easy to figure out based off of, if we know the resistance level, we know how tall the player is, and we can hear the time between clicks, like as I was showing you, we can actually extrapolate quite a bit of data. So we have an app that's out now, and we just hired a software engineer full-time. He's going to be working on redeveloping the entire thing, which is also, I didn't mention it, but it's going to also be another revenue model for us, having like a freemium model. You can, pay to save all your data and all the like.
All right. Thank you, Elijah. All right. Just a reminder, right after the fourth finalist, we're going to go straight into our panel on rebuilding the innings in American cricket, and then after that, we're going to announce the winner and wrap up. So the fourth and final finalist is CricHeroes. Luis, the second one to.
Hello everyone, I'm Abhishek. CricHeroes, I'm pitching today CricHeroes Capture, which is the smart live streaming device launched by us this year. Thank you for having me.
So the market for these cameras is a graveyard for previous, countless numbers of cameras. Why do you think yours is going to succeed?
I think it is purpose-built for cricket, first of all, and as I mentioned in my pitch, we have seen the pains of live streaming a grassroots cricket match specifically over the period of many years. Since 2016, we have been seeing and observing this market. So I think the pain points which we have identified are pretty unique to cricket, and even the cost at which we can manufacture this and we can sell it. I think these are going to be some of the criteria which will help us succeed in the market where hopefully, previously maybe some of them have failed. That's what.
I'm just curious, how does CricHeroes, the core business and the camera piece, how are they connected?
Yeah, sure. So we started as a scorekeeping app, but obviously very soon we realized that people do want to see themselves play, right? So the camera, the live streaming is not for the audience, unlike the international or IPL or MLS. It is for the players themselves. They really want to see themselves play for improving the game or for sharing on social media and all. So that's what the target audience is, the cricketers, the players themselves. So this product is specifically built for making it easier for streaming the grassroots cricket matches so that the players can enjoy their game later on.
But this will be part of CricHeroes.
It will be part of CricHeroes, yeah. So that's why it uniquely fits the proposition of CricHeroes, because now it's live scoring, it's live streaming, and also highlights. So it completes the circle.
Talk to us a little bit about the cost and where it's built and.
Sure. It's built in Ahmedabad, India, which is our headquarters as well for CricHeroes. And in terms of costing, right now it is costing let's say it is in terms of dollar value, somewhere around maybe $400, roughly around, and we are selling it, which is the hardware cost I'm talking about, but of course there is a lot of expertise which goes into building it, and we are selling it at $1,200 in the US market with $400 annual subscription.
Where is your market? India, US, UK, just give us a sense of.
Sure. I think it's primarily we are focusing on 2-3 markets right now. One is obviously India, which is primarily we are based and our primary market. But US is also a very huge market. According to our estimate, there are about 20 to 40,000 teams, who are the target audience for capture. Here in the US, the cricket structure is very different. In India, for example, our audience is the ground owners who rent their grounds for matches, whereas in US, the target audience is the teams who play various leagues. So that way, I think North American market and the India market are the two primary markets which we are focusing on. Having said that, Australia is also a very promising market for us right now.
What are the revenues for CricHeroes like right now? And what last year, this year?
Sure. So 1/3 of our revenue comes from subscription. We sell CricHeroes Pro membership, which gives you access to Crick Insights, which is essentially helps you become a better cricketer with the help of data. So essentially, it is analysis of all your games, helping you understand your own strengths and weaknesses, and also strategize better before the match. Helps you understand the opponents, the grounds, the leagues, etc. So that is 1/3 of our revenue. About 20% of our revenue is from advertisement. We simply sell programmatic ads on our platform for free users. We have our own store, which we have launched a couple of years back. So about 20% of the revenue is coming from store as well, where we sell CricHeroes branded apparels and equipment now. And the rest of the revenue is coming by the video products, essentially the live streaming, the camera, highlights, etc.
What was the revenue again?
Oh yeah, sorry. So the revenue last year was about 1.8 million. This time we are targeting about 4 to 5 million this year.
For CricHeroes as a whole.
CricHeroes as a whole, yes.
And what's the user base for CricHeroes as a whole?
Yeah, we have 40 million registered users on the platform. In terms of monthly active user base, we have about 6 million people who visit the platform every month. In terms of weekly active user, we have about 2 to 3 million people who visit our app.
And given that the revenue per user or active user
is less.
How do you feel about that?
Not good. The thing is that we ran the platform for free for many years, primarily spending money on acquiring users, keeping purposefully free for users to access. The idea was to build a network first, and then hopefully figure out a way to monetize it. In fact, this year only we have started to focus on monetization.
And do you think the people who buy the cameras will come from your user base? And how do you kind of have them step up from $1 per year to $1,200?
Yes. So the user, the target is pretty, obviously it is part of CricHeroes, but still it is different. So the primary audience for CricHeroes as a product is cricketers themselves, but the target audience for the camera is, as I said, the ground owners whose business, who are in the business of cricket. So for them, spending, let's say in India, we are selling it for 65,000 plus tax, so about 80,000 rupees, and here it is $1,200. So the target audience is very different for the camera product and the CricHeroes core product.
What are you projecting in terms of the camera sales?
This year, so by FY26, which is Indian, so by March we are planning to sell about 300 units, about 70-80 units we have already sold. Next year our target is to sell 3,000 units.
What are the margins? You must be having pretty good margins on that price point, right?
In camera, yes, definitely. We do get decent margins, specifically in the US market.
Yeah.
In India market, the margins are slightly low, but we plan to cover it up with the help of volume. The idea is not to be honest, if I can say, the idea is not to make a huge amount of money from the camera product. The end game is to have more highlights in the play, right? Which is a player-based product. So the players have to buy highlights from the match scorecard right now. So we want to scale that product. Capture is just a medium to scale that product.
And what are your primary channels? Is it direct buying from you, or you have?
It is right now direct buying from us, yes. hopefully at a scale of 3,000 units per year, we will need some distributors who are in this business.
What's the failure rate? I mean, do you have enough data on the failure rate for these cameras and servicing and product support and things like that?
Yeah, no, definitely. We do face challenges. It's not, like always smooth. We have faced challenges in the US market as well in terms of stability, in terms of quality sometimes. We have found some audio issues. But over the period of time, we have ironed out a lot of those issues, and that's why the target for this year is pretty low. It's just 300 units because, we also want to build a very stable product before we really scale it up to 3,000 products. So right now, definitely, failure ratio is high, more than what we would naturally like it to be. But hopefully after March, it will be a much stable product for the entire region.
Do you feel like you have a team to build a hardware product, given that you guys started in software?
Yes. Yeah. So no. We have always been a software company, a tech company. We never saw ourselves as a hardware company, and that's why initially when we started building this, we actually took help of a third-party company who was, good at building hardware for us, which was also based out of Ahmedabad, and a very good company. But we did face challenges working with them and all. So eventually we decided that, if we really want to scale this business, if we really want to do it, we will have to take it in-house. So we started hiring hardware engineers, like embedded software engineers and all. And now we are in the process of building this team as well.
So if you're going to do like 4.5-5 million this year in revenues, I expect you're pretty profitable at this point, right?
Yes, the last 2 quarters were profitable for us, yes.
So
yeah.
All right.
Okay.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
All right. Join me in congratulating all the finalists. Like I said, we're going to go straight into our, just to keep on schedule, to get everyone out on time, straight into our final panel. If everyone could take the stage, please. I'm going to sit all the way at the end. We're going to get started. All right. Thank you for joining us, everybody. Welcome to our final panel, not just of the Cricket Exec Forum, but the whole Cricket Impact Summit and Expo. There's a reason why we saved this for the end, because it's a very, very important discussion and topic to get into. I see people in the audience whom I've had conversations with about these issues, and a lot of people sort of wondering what's going on. This is obviously rebuilding the innings, the path forward for cricket in America, a clear-eyed discussion about kind of where we are and where we're going to go. We've got 4 very esteemed guests. I am going to introduce them. I think a lot of you know almost all of them and a lot about them. I'll be brief. I might not be able to control myself with some people because I'm very excited about who they are and what they do. But let's go for it. Brian Walters, right, who is a good friend. He's done so much for cricket in America over the years. I don't want to age anyone on this panel, but he's involved for a very long time. He was involved with the previous incarnation of USA Cricket, USACA. He was a director, one of the ones who was, broadly, the broad consensus in the whole cricket community, was one of the sort of better directors. But besides that, knows cricket in this country inside out, has been involved at many levels. He does commentary in minor league cricket, and is involved very, very deeply. So, Brian is our first panelist. Please give him a
a panelist I'm super excited about. Like I asked her, not sure if she was going to say yes or no, hoping that maybe she'd agree to join, and she has. Annika Kolan is our captain. She's the captain of the women's national team. Can't say much more than that, right? She is a leader. She's a captain. And Annika, how old are you? 19. She's our 19-year-old captain who's played at the international level, and we're very excited to have her. Liam Plunkett, who I'm actually introducing for the third time. I joked with him that now my job is actually basically to moderate him. This is the third time. Liam obviously is the co-founder of the Cricket Impact Group, World Cup winner, professional player, founder of Liam Plunkett Cricket, and it's actually important, right? Not only does he have the perspective of being a phenomenal professional cricketer at the international level, at the highest levels, but he's also been, in his many years involved with USA Cricket, involved at many levels, right? Played at minor league for the Philadelphians and played for the San Francisco Unicorns for the last 3 years. He's also very all in on developing cricket in America, and that's what LPC is about, right? Biju Nair, who is actually, let's give Liam a round of applause. Another round for Liam. Biju is, a lot of you are from this area. Biju is a pillar of the cricket community, not just in the Bay Area, but also around the country. Biju runs the Bay Blazers, including the East Bay Blazers. Probably one of the, if not the most consistent, high-performing minor league teams year to year. Produces an incredible number of top players, right? Sanjay Krishnamurthy obviously came out of the system. Abhishek Varadkar, who is another star, has come out of there, right? You saw Karmai yesterday. He's come out of there, like Saideep Ganesh. They just keep coming, right? And I've been to his academy in action. I've seen them at work. What he does is incredible. I will say I'm gonna brag for him, for a second. One thing that touches me is the way his players talk about him and what he does for them, not just in terms of developing their cricket, but their lives, right? And how he helps them. Like, the biggest statement I could make about him is, Rushil Ugarkar, who, plays, who won basically MLC this year, didn't originally play for the East Bay Blazers. He played for another minor league team. And that team sort of went on pause, and then he played for the Bay Blazers, and he didn't want to leave, and he told me, he was like, I can't leave Biju, right? That what he's done for me is incredible. So Biju is joining as well. On a side note, like along the lines of what I said about, Sanjay and Venki and how they've got incredible tech background, I just keep thinking of Biju as the East Bay Blazers, right? The guy who sort of harasses me a lot about posting more about the East Bay Blazers and 79 cricket. But Biju also happens to be, a graduate of Mahatma Gandhi University in electrical engineering and has a career in Silicon Valley as a multi-time CTO founder, building like AI systems for ship navigation, stuff that's totally unrelated to cricket, right? So everything that I said that he just does is kind of like on the side, right? Which is a theme for a lot of people involved in cricket. Okay, so we've had our introductions. Thank you all again for joining us. And I did them because some of you tend to be humble, right? Reality is reality. We are in a tough spot, right, in USA Cricket. Not like there's no path out, not there's no light at the end of the tunnel, but we all know what's happened, right? The USA Cricket Board USA Cricket has declared bankruptcy. USA Cricket has been suspended by the ICC. USA Cricket Board, we've had people, one faction that started a lawsuit against another faction, right? Last year, there was no, there's a mess, right? And the bankruptcy is raised a lot of question marks. Along the way, USA Cricket, terminated, as we spoke about yesterday, its agreement, its contract with MLC, with ACE, that is, right, for MLC. MLC I should be clear, MLC will happen one way or the other. It's an ICC sanctioned event. So it's going to happen next year. That's not a question, right? What this throws into turmoil is the rest of the relationship, right? ACE's relationship with the national teams, the commitments for funding. It's a tough time. Not the first rodeo, right? It's not the first time USA Cricket has driven into a ditch, right? So and I told you Brian was not responsible the first time, but he was there. So I want to ask you, right? You've seen the arc of history of USA Cricket. Why do we keep ending up in this sort of spot? Yeah. I'm not asking you to solve it yet, but why?
What did we sign up for?
Yeah, exactly.
In all seriousness, it's an important question. And I think a major element of crafting a solution to where we are now is understanding what led us here.
Yes.
And there are some themes that I think have been developed, or at least being made apparent, regardless of the name, whether it be USACA, whether it be USA Cricket. There are some things about the way that we manage cricket in this country that exist across each managing or each national governing body. I think it's fair to say that we have not really proven ourselves capable of self-governance. And that may be hard to say, maybe even harder to hear. But our issues, I think, can be probably broadly categorized among three areas. First would be our leaders at the top tend to do what is in the best interest of themselves or their own interest groups, as opposed to what's best for USA Cricket. And so that leads to situations where you advocate for your own league or your own area of the country at the expense of what's best for cricket on a whole. It also leads to situations, and candidly, where our members choose our leaders not based on the strength of their ideas, not based on their vision for the country, but based on where they're from. That is difficult to say, it may be difficult to hear, but I don't think if we're going to have a serious conversation about what we need to do forward for USA Cricket, we have to be able to acknowledge that. And so that puts us in a position where our leaders are not officially motivated in the right direction. The second major theme that I would think, and this is probably, should be the first, is we do provide scant efforts to engage with the larger American audience. Mm-hmm. America has 340 million people living in it. When I was on the board of USACA, our research at that time said that there were between 10 and 15 million people who are actual cricket fans. So that means that you are talking about 325 to 330 million people who, when they hear cricket, they think phone company, they think an insect, they think anything other than the second most popular sport in the world. And the leader or the governing group essentially pays very scant attention, lip service, to taking cricket to the wider audience. What we do is preach to the choir. We try to find the people who are in this room and engage them and get whatever we can out of them, and ignoring the rest of the 325 to 330 million people in this country. And that's to our detriment. And then the third point, I think, is a little bit more subtle, but no less serious. There is a cloak of secrecy around everything that we do. Meetings take place in secret. There is not enough of an engagement with the wider population. A major talking point was taken away from me today because while we were sitting in here 2 hours earlier, USA Cricket finally published the reality of the team that's currently playing in UAE.
Dubai, yeah.
In Dubai, correct. And up until 2 hours ago, the team has been in Dubai for several days and nobody has even heard a peep from USA Cricket until it was a couple of hours ago. Moments that we should be celebrated, where you defeated Pakistan, in a World Cup match. That should be screaming from the rooftop. You should be engaging with every media outlet that would be engaging for you. And not only was it the fact that there was no such engagement, but my understanding is that there are people who were approaching USA Cricket to say, can we please do a story on you? Good Morning America, Netflix. And the answer to that question, to that request was no. So any one of those three would be terminal for an organization. All three of them together puts us in the position where we are now. Apart from that, everything's fine.
Everything's great other than that. All right, I'm not worried anymore. So that's. Well, let me ask you one follow-up question, and then we'll move on. Which is, okay, we got there before. Why did we get there again? Right. So these problems that you've mentioned were there the first time around. Right. There was an attempt at a constitution, sort of new constitution, and Ian Higgins. I don't want to name a lot of names,
sure.
but we had an ICC representative come in to run USA Cricket.
Yep.
What was not done correctly so that we kind of ended up in the same place?
If the USA market is as important to the ICC as it claims that it is,
yeah,
then the ICC, and I hate to put this all on the ICC because shame on us for needing to rely on the ICC, but there has been sort of a repeating cycle where the ICC wags their fingers and then eliminates the leadership in terms of suspension, and then there's a constitution formed, and then there's a new organization, and then the ICC backs off. Bad things start happening, the ICC watches it happen. 5 years down the line, we're in the exact same place where we were before, and then that cycle repeats itself. I think, without jumping all the way to solutions, that you would need to have a more proactive ICC that says, this action that we just saw is in direct conflict of your constitution, that needs to be repaired immediately. And there'd be corrective measures taken to correct that. If that does not happen, if we are left to our own devices, we essentially fall into the same trap every time.
Yep. And just to and Brian said something that was important, right? Not to talk about solutions yet. We will talk about solutions, right? The part of the point of the panel is to get to, what can we do, right? In the meantime and in the long term. But before we tackle them, we have to speak about them, right? So it's not meant to be a bitch fest, but we're going to be talking about problems, right? And earlier this morning, when I heard Sindhu speak, right, you were talking about how there's such a limited number of in terms of what we do at the governance level, right? For women, there's a limited amount of investment, limited number of games per year. But we have this amazing opportunity with talented women's players to shine, right? Everyone in America loves a winner. Everyone in America loves a winning American team, right? Sanjay said multiple times to me on our podcast and in public, like their number one goal is like successful American teams, right? Men's and women's, and the ROI on women is just higher, right? Because it's going to take less to get the women into the top of the cricketing world and maybe come close to winning a World Cup, and we've seen it in soccer, right? Women's soccer led the growth of the sport fandom because they were the successful ones at the international level. So, Annika, why don't you tell us a bit about just your experience in terms of, again, I'm not trying to get anyone to talk about anyone specific, right? But you are the captain of our team. And the deck, it just seems, has been stacked against the women for a long time. So what are the things, and we'll talk about solutions in a second, but what are the challenges that you and the women's team have been facing, and the success that you've been having has been despite those, not because of them?
Yeah, first of all, thank you for having me on the panel in the first place. It's amazing to share the stage with so many people who've positively impacted cricket and a crowd of people who genuinely have that one shared interest, so that's amazing. I think going back to your question, I think we can talk about how many successes that we've had in the women's program.
Yep.
Not even dating too far. January this year in the World Cup, the under-19 team went to the Super 6 stages.
Yep. First of all.
And I think.
And you were the vice captain of
I was the captain.
Oh, you're the captain of that team. Okay. Okay. So you captained the under 19 and the women's team, right? Yeah.
No, so just speaking from that success, I think that was such a positive route to build off of for women's cricket. And I think that we had so much momentum going into a really positive season, and then we won the ICC Americas qualifications for us to then go to Globals in Nepal in January of next year. And I think that, I mean, we had a women's panel today, and I think such amazing people spoke. My mentor, Sumi Chirasha, she spoke a lot, and there were just so many great points noted in that about how much investment can be taken in USA women's cricket, and just so many women's pathways in the first place, Cricket Brazil, and so many things. And I think that there's obviously such a big investment portion, and like you were saying, with the ROI is so high for women's cricket, and that it can only get better. So obviously, it doesn't help that there's issues obviously going on, and as a player, the only thing you want to do is play. Like, that's going to be a top priority, and it's unfortunate to have to deal with things that you don't want to be in all the time. But I think from a player standpoint and as a captain and team standpoint, it's just sticking together as a team as much as you can, because I mean, when you walk into the field, you're walking in with 15 members, 11 members, and you're going to have to go through this together. I mean, it's not an individual sport. So I think just sticking with your team as much as you can, as whatever resources and things you can find to help the women's pathway, and just expand the game as a whole. I think that's the best way to go about it.
Tell me about, again, some of, you've got an incredibly cohesive team, right?
Mm-hmm.
So a lot of us were watching online, right, when you were playing, and the cohesiveness of the team is great, but you don't even see each other that much, right? So tell us about that challenge versus kind of the rest of the cricketing world.
Yeah, I know it was mentioned earlier today in the panels. But the USA is very large, it's very vast. To get to one side or the other, you have to take a 6 to 8 hour flight, which is not always ideal. It does help that off the field that we're all very, very connected. We all talk, and honestly, like, we're all best friends. But in a cricketing standpoint, I think it's great. For example, when we were in the Under-19 World Cup, I had someone come over to me and say that our team has the best chemistry on the field, and that was playing against England, like a full member country, and for our spirit to still show through that, I think it speaks volumes. And that's what we're doing at a personal level. Like, personally, we're all very close to each other, but I think we're going to need more camps, more things for us to just come together as a team. I mean, the opportunities that we have, which are pretty limited, but the opportunities that we do have playing ICC tournaments or just USA games per year, even though we don't have many at the moment, I think to make volumes and make waves and just speak so many things in those current games is for our camaraderie to show. And I think through that, like, you're going to have to practice, we're going to have to meet as much as possible and get game-to-game, face-to-face interaction with our coaches and support staff. So it's definitely a different type of issue, because other countries, like the UAE, for example, like I think a lot of the players are in one city and stuff like that. So that's definitely a challenge that we face, but I just think the best way to go around it is try to meet as much as possible. And I know that, like I said earlier this year when they already spoke about our camaraderie and things like that, like, it can only get better, and that was just like the baseline.
Do you feel like, and let's follow up with a question, like, where are some ways, so we can talk about the solutions in a bit, where have you felt like the lack of support, or where you could have been more supported, in general or relative to the men, or sort of where is the support missing from all levels?
I think, kind of piggybacking on what I just kind of said, like, it's kind of obvious that we don't play as many games as other teams would per year. But even if that's something that isn't 100% controllable, I think still meeting regularly, still having common, like, training camps and things like that. It's great that we talk to each other almost every day, but a face-to-face interaction and a bond that we share on the cricket field with the cricket bat and ball, that's not over text. I think that's way more important to kind of developing the game as a whole.
When you're not meeting, right, when you're not playing together face-to-face, What are you all doing cricket-wise to stay? Because you're not playing professionally, right?
Yeah.
What are you doing to stay game ready and game?
Well, I know everyone does like a bit of personal practice. I'm lucky to have a really supportive family, and they support me as much as I can. Even the days that I don't feel like practicing, my dad's always pushing me.
Her dad's here.
My dad is here.
Her mom's here as well.
My mom is here.
Sitting on opposite sides.
Oh, that's really about. Yeah, everyone kind of does their own personal practice. For me, at least, my dad built cricket nets in my backyard, and we practice. Half of my time at home is in the nets, and the other half is in my room. So we're there all the time, but as well as the local players in the Bay Area, at least, we try to regularly connect. I know since before going to tournaments and really big events, and just in general, not even before big things, like she would put in the effort, and she would have all of us meet, she would mentor, coach, and do so many things for the game. And it's a controllable to at least meet the people in your community. It can be hard at times, but I think individually we all have the spark, and we all want to make an impact. So I think it's great that we all want to connect and do whatever we can.
Liam, talking more about the player's perspective, let's take the professional player's perspective, right? You obviously still play on the Unicorns, so you're very plugged into the entire domestic scene because you have teammates from your Philadelphians time. What are the impacts you've seen on the players of everything that's happened recently, right? Like the confusion, the whatever, right? Between USA Cricket and everything that's been going on. How have you seen that sort of shake up the players?
I think you're right, it is a confusion. I think people also have moved across here, they've uprooted their life to be here, and they're kind of scared because they don't know what that looks like. But obviously Corey and the gang are obviously putting the Cricket Association together, and hopefully that's going to make a huge impact. We heard some of the guys speaking earlier about what that could look like. You want to get behind the players on the men's and the women's platform. But yeah, it is kind of, because you don't know, is it going to get sanctioned, is it not? Is minor league going to happen, is it not? And it's a bit like that, so when do you practice, when you don't practice? So yeah, I feel like I'm lucky, and I was lucky growing up because I was in England and everything was given to me. Obviously you work hard, and if you work hard, you move to the next step, you get everything given to you. And I was also lucky coming here because I've lived the last 3-4 years, experienced what these guys experienced, not to the full extent, but I realised there's nowhere to practice. You're practicing by yourself, you're practicing one net. So I'm glad I've experienced that 4 years here. I'm going to retire in the next year or two, and hopefully I can help build this. It's so hard because I wake up 6 a.m. and read your newsletter every day. Sometimes
Thank you.
I quickly scroll through and look at the but it's so easy to think of the bad stuff that's happening. For me, is what can I do moving forward? I just want to be a good influence. It's so easy to think of the bad. It's like, well, how can I flip this on its head and be sort of a good ambassador in this space? Because I was very blessed, and hopefully I can obviously come here and give that good influence to people.
But a lot of the players, again, your friends, your colleagues who are in the domestic scene, this is kind of like upended a lot for them.
It is. I mean, thankfully, there's a lot of competitions. They're playing club cricket so they can support themselves. A lot of them are on visas where they can't work. They can play cricket on a weekend and earn some cash. But yeah, it's hard because you don't know, am I going to go back to a different country? Do I need to go back home? Do I stay here? And I think it is just the confusion that's scaring people.
And Biju, you obviously you've got this great Blazers Academy and everything that you're doing. Like I said earlier, you are a minor league owner, right? And you are one of 26 minor league owners, right? How has what's been going on sort of impacted yours and your colleagues' sort of situations or perspectives? We'll get into the sort of the solutions, but what has where are we right now?
First of all, thank you for the opportunity, and this opportunity is enabling me to bug you more.
Yeah.
And primarily, I'm here actually. Some of my thought process I'm sharing more like representing minor league owners, but not exactly the words of each and every.
Exactly.
But the thing is, we share a common dream, common objective. I have some of my fellow owners, Murli here, Fani here, and Glenn.
Vinny. Vinny pitched for Quick Busters. He's also a minor league owner.
So we have multiple owners came as part of this overall summit, and that's a great thing. So the current situation, if you're referring to current situation, I consider this as an opportunity.
Yep.
The reason is I had gone through this cycle, this third time actually.
Okay.
So the first time, I think Brian can relate to this one. So I've been involved in the USA cricket probably from '97 onwards.
1997.
97, yeah.
Okay.
2002 was the peak moment for the USA cricket.
Yep.
Not now. 2002.
Yep.
But we missed the boat.
Why was 2002 the peak?
So we do have different reasons why we missed the boat. We were getting qualified to the associate country at that point of time. We were not. We became the 105th associate country, qualified in 2017 or 18, if I remember correctly, when Saurabh became the captain. But before that, we had an opportunity in 2002. And also in 2010, our under-19 team first time went to the World Cup. So there are many good milestones happen as part of the USA cricket, but we were unable to cash any of them. So to me, when I look at why this is happening and why it is happening here, if we were to answer this one, we cannot treat or process the cricket in this country the way you are processing in India or in other cricket playing countries. It has to be processed different. And everybody talk about grassroots development. I have a little different opinion. I think it has to be a bit of a top-down approach. The country is different. The market space is different. So you need to enable the people to be pulled into the cricket, not pushed into the cricket. So if in grassroots level, we are actually sort of pushing the cricket to the kids or grassroots level, but that will automatically happen if you are able to provide an environment where you have, this is a beautiful setup at this point we have with the Major League Cricket coming, minor league cricket coming. You are seeing a lot of international players coming. So we have the fortune to have Liam sitting here and talking to us actually, and many other players like Corey, and we had him here, many other international players. So that enables motivation, and that will pull the players, the local interested parties to come and join this in. So that is one part of the interest part. But commercial part is the most important thing. That is where the MLC type of a structure is very important. So we cannot assume that how things happen in India where the government or the governing body has a primary control on the things.
Sure.
So this need to be happen completely different. That's my perspective on it. And then second thing is that one of the biggest difficulty what we are facing is we talked in the various discussions before. It's happening only for 1 month. Whether it is minor league or a major league, it's happening for 1 month, 2 months. What's happening on the rest of the 8 or 9 months? How this professional cricket governing system, which is MLC and MILC and many other things, can be involved in running the cricket throughout the year and throughout the age groups, throughout the entire professional and non-professional and semi-professional cricket environment, tournaments. So that's where the success is going to be. So that's the only way we can bring all these fragmented entities together. So, I think that's why I'm saying this is an opportunity. And this happened in 2012, 2018, and this is again happening here. I think I see this as this suspension or all this mess as an opportunity. This is a better way for all of us to think again differently, and use it as a disruption and bring it back together.
Brian, and what do you think of what Biju is saying, right? Which is very interesting, which is we need a top-down approach, not a bottom-up approach, given the kind of contours of this country.
Dynamics in the U.S. are very different. I will meet Biju halfway. I think top-down is important. Top-down, I think, maximizes the utility from people who fit the profile of who's in this room. I keep talking about the 325 to 330 million people. Top-down won't necessarily appeal to them. In my mind, and it was said earlier, if you have a national governing body that is into the schools, that is into the boys and girls programs, that is into the Little League, all of these areas where kids are, get those kids and put a plastic ball and a plastic bat in their hand. Make that a rubber ball and a plastic bat. And I've never seen a flat, anyway. It just get those people interested in the game. And that's where you have the ability to reach some of the 325 to 330 million. Top down, yes, perfectly acceptable for the people who already know what the sport is. That's how we engage them, that's how we bring them along. I'm going to say one other thing. I'm going to pick on this young lady for a second.
Please.
Uh-oh.
It is not surprising that the captain of the USA women's team is 19 years old.
Yep.
Because the core of USA cricket women, I would estimate, is younger than you. Is that right? At least around, it's close at least.
Yeah, we're all like around the same age, yeah.
At least, and I can't remember the names right now, at least two of the players are in 15, 16 years old. How...
Chetna is...
Chetna's, I think, 17.
She's a little older, yeah.
Yeah.
But she was younger when she broke.
Right, exactly. But just think about if you were to say to a company that's looking to sponsor, get behind in terms of sponsorship, this core of women who is so young and who is so much closer to being at the top of world cricket as compared to the men. The path forward for women to be able to be at the top, I think, is probably 1/10 the amount of time that it would take for the men to get there. And if you can say, is there a better story than to be able to follow you and your team as you progress through the ranks? That is the best way of being able to build a storyline around which people who don't know cricket can get behind it. Similar to, I think you referred earlier to what was done with soccer, with the women in soccer. That's a similar type of storyline that I think could potentially be formed. And I think that's just one example of the opportunity that's in front of us. And it just requires leadership, and it just requires common sense to say, this is the second best or most watched sport in the world. Yes, you didn't know that it's in America, but here are some young ladies who are very close to getting to the top. Let's get behind them. In my mind, that is just another slice of a potential storyline that we can build and that people can get behind.
Liam, any thoughts about top down versus bottom up? Because you've seen the grassroots, you help make the grassroots happen. Can it really happen on its own, or do you need?
I think you need both.
Yeah,
I agree with yourself. Like, how did I get into it? Same as what you said, a plastic bat and a wind ball. That's how I started in the UK. So for me, I want to do that across here, and obviously with the TD Bank thing in Canada, which has been great. I want to give kids the access to learn the game, to love the game, from 3 years old to 4 years old. I want them to come and to know what cricket is, to have fun. That's my first thing. You want to come and you have fun. That's going to get them back. Within that, you teach them little skills of cricket. So that's my passion, is to grow it from grassroots. I feel from top, that's going to take care of itself, especially with the infrastructure that's getting built, the players that come in here, the best in the world that come in here to play. That'll showcase itself. But I believe underneath here, I mean, you do that as well from grassroots level. I know you do that as well. But it's how can we do that and spread it to all the people that don't know cricket?
Yep.
I think that's
Go ahead. I want to comment on that. I think the top-down comment has been misread partially, I would say.
Sorry.
The thing is, top-down is very important. Reason is that they are the enablers.
Yep.
In this room, as you rightfully said, they are not the one going to go play cricket, but they are the enablers. If they are not putting effort, if Auckland game wouldn't happen, Grand Prairie, you don't see any of these things happening. When the moment those events happen, naturally the grassroots will be getting enough energy to go and do the things what is happening there. So actually, by doing the top approach and bringing in that environment, facilitating that ability to run such events, that enables the grassroots to happen. So the problem is that if you just focus only starting from the pathway and the grassroots, trust me, the word politics becomes very bad, unfortunately. And why? Grassroots means kids.
Yep.
For me, my kid is the best kid. You will say your kid is the best kid. And I want to be in one association. I want to drive one thing. So the thing is, if I can, as a top-down, if I can create a system and environment where it provides everybody and more number of people to do the things and having a motivation, that's what it means by top-down.
Yep.
And if that system is not in place, the arguments, the fights, the politics, which is happening a lot nowadays, that's going to happen. I've been actively involved in the Osaka, supporting youth cricket. It was in my company's name in Chicago. Last youth tournament under 14 was happening in 2014. So I'm very proud to say that, but at the same time, I can see that a lot of fragmented conversation happened at that time, 2014. So from that point to why we are able to even do this conference, this summit, that itself is happening just due to the fact that we are in the process of building an ecosystem. It's just the seed. If you look at the result of this entire summit, in my view, is that this is just the starting point. A lot of networking happened. This is the right thing to do. This would not have happened 6 years back. Personally, I was involved in the day one. I continue to brag that point to many people in the involvement in the professional MLC formation first time with Samir sitting in a Starbucks. Having this conversation, to be very specific, on 8/25/2018. Oh, wow. And I have that WhatsApp group created and I kept it myself. And I have keep on, like a military story, I keep on showing. Yesterday I was showing to Fanny also, hey, this is what my testimony for doing this one. So the thing is, that's why I'm pretty passionate. I'm frustrated with the fact that people went behind grassroots, get into the politics. And that is just due to the human nature of my kid is the best kid. So I think we need to create a different system where it enables, and that's why the country also needs. Then another thing is infrastructure. Who's going to build the infrastructure? If you go just only behind, again, we need to have the grassroots to happen. Grassroots will automatically happen. The catalyst, the enabler is the top-down approach. That's what I'm pretty pushy about that thought process.
Okay, when you're talking about top-down, right? When you were talking earlier, and correct me if I'm wrong. I don't want to put words in your mouth. On a side note, Biju's son Hari is actually a pretty good player, right? Like his son is good, right? When you were talking about top-down, you were talking about MLC and minor league, right? That's what I heard you say, right? We've got the structure. One thing that is, look, I'm going to take it back to this moment, right? The reality is, right now, our governing board is, I don't even know what it is, right? Like, it's bankrupt, it's not, it's this, it's that, we don't know what we can't. And this bankruptcy process and the lawsuits and the ICC, this will all take a while, right? Possibly to sort out. It could all be sorted out tomorrow, who knows? 20 people get in a room and sort it all out, and then we're done. But it could take months, years, who knows? We know lawsuits and bankruptcies, they take time. So we can't quite count on that, and we have to keep going on, right? Like, you talk to people, and not the best metaphor, you talk to people who have lived in war zones, right? Like in the Middle East, like Iraq or Syria, whatever, right? Like, you got bombing going there, craziness going on, war, but you got to survive. Like, the economy has to go on, right? So we're in that state where there's this massive turmoil, but we got to keep going forward. So when you're talking about top-down, you're talking about minor league and major league, how far can we go without a functional USA cricket right now?
So I think we are all talking.
And that's for Biju and then everyone else.
Yeah, sure. So I think very, very good question. I think that will be the evolution to get a corrected, cleaned up governing body in the future. Towards that, I think if you believe that we all trust the fact that ICC is a governing body across the world for handling the cricket, and we do have enough influencers.
Can I pause you for a second? Just on that point, I'm going to challenge it, and I know Brian's going to agree. There are so many members, like, because, Cricket Exec, we have a global audience, and I talk to the heads of Players Association around the world, governing body. They say once, it's not a governing body. It's a members association, right? That's technically what the ICC is, right? So there's, like Brian said, there's a limit to how involved and interventionists are going to be, and we've seen that. But keep going.
Yeah, I think if you have a mentality to get it done, all this technicality and the terminology should be thrown away. Honestly, so I'm a pure startup guy. My mentality is get it done. So if I want to go with that approach, yes, we have everybody agreeing that ICC is there. We are not talking about another KCC here actually, right? BCC, another thing. So the way it looks at ICC is the body across the world, at least virtually or really handling the cricket across the world. So when we have enough influencers as part of our MLC community, a minor league community, who can be working closely with that system. There's a great possibility to come out with another governing body in the future in a right, corrected manner. So, but that's an evolution. Until then, the current system, with the help of ICC, can happen without any fail. We did it in 2017-18 time frame. But the problem was, again, the elections came, internal politics came, so I think that learning part, we have to reapply and use the technology called AI and machine learning from that mistakes and make that human corrections actually.
Anyone
That's
else?
what we should do.
Okay, go ahead, sir. Finish.
So I think that's what, I think it has to be there with the help of ICC. That's what my point.
What about the rest of you? Like, how far can we go? How far can cricket go? And can we keep going without a functional USA cricket? And what can we do on our own? And where do we hit a limit until we have a governing body? So Liam, Annika, Brett.
I can speak from a player standpoint, and this is kind of across the platform around the world. People prefer to play franchise, and I'm not speaking for myself. I know people are happy playing for the franchise and don't care about playing for the country. So you have to change that, and I understand why here. I'm speaking to people who potentially played for USA, but now prefer to play for the Unicorns or the Orcas.
Yep.
Because they know, excuse my French, it's an absolute shit show.
Yep.
They're not going to get paid. Travel logistics is terrible. They get put in the worst places. Facilities are terrible. So I mean, you have to change that. And that's above my pay grade. But you need to change that. I mean, you want players to execute in Major League Cricket and be excited to get called up for USA Cricket. So it's how do we change that?
Annika?
Yeah, I mean, a different player perspective. I think, like I said earlier, like the only thing we're going to want to do as a player is play. And I think that we don't want to be dependent on like only ICC tournaments or only ICC funding and things like that. I mean, if there's an opportunity for us to play cricket and represent the United States, we want to do that like wholeheartedly. And I think that just getting whatever we can together, and I think just players being proud of what we want to represent is the most important thing as a player. And I think that going into the team knowing that you don't have to worry about any of these stuff outside. Obviously, I think if we were in a perfect world, we wouldn't even be having this conversation because this would not be happening. Yeah. But even though we're in it, I think I would like for it to end soon so we can all just get on with it.
Yeah. Brian?
That was and not the women.
Yeah, not the women. Yeah. Little different there.
Yeah, and look, differently situated, unfortunately, right? They've got those options, right? And the women's team, look, we've got Tara and Ella, right? And we have to acknowledge them too, right? We have two American women who are on our national team who have professional careers in the women's circuit, right? So we do have a couple at that level, and they're phenomenal players and phenomenal people.
Yeah, no, and they're always great to be around, and honestly, like, as a team, like they motivate us in a way of showing like this is what cricket could be, and if the cards are placed properly, like this is what everyone could be having, but obviously the cards just need to be placed properly. So.
Brett, thoughts on where can cricket go without a functional USA cricket if we have to function in the meantime, and where do we hit walls?
I think the model, excuse me, when the ICC suspended USACA in 2015, I resigned from the board in 2014.
Yeah.
2015 was a suspension. From 2015 to 2017, the ICC formulated what was known as a local advisory group.
Sure.
In other words, a quasi-board, 7 individuals who the ICC believed had cricket's best interests at heart. I was one of those 7. Usman Shuja, some other people who were people of unimpeachable integrity who the ICC trusted to sort of caretake cricket in this country. I think that is the sort of broad contours of a model that could work for us. Not necessarily that you have the same function or the same structure, but maybe management through the ICC Americas at a high level, individuals placed into positions here at the US or in the US who the ICC believes or who have proven over time to have cricket's best interest at heart. I alluded to this earlier. When after 2017, 2018, as Benji just mentioned, okay, USA Cricket has now been formed, here's your constitution, go have fun. That was essentially what happened in 2018. And I don't think that just rolling the ball up there and saying go play, and then checking in 6 years later when we're suspended, I don't think that model is going to work long term. and it's certainly not going to help us grow the game.
Is our problem, I'm going to ask this, before we talk about, I want to talk about solutions as well, right? I promised this wouldn't happen, but it's happened. We've spent a lot of time talking about our challenges. Is our problem just that we can't get to the point, because of the structures and the systems we have in place, where we have a governing board of the kind of people we want, right? Because if I were to assemble a dream panel, like Bijou's saying, right, top down, like I was raving earlier about the executive talent we have in this country, right? Can you imagine an ICC board? Okay, there's rumors that Indra Nooyi is going to be on an interim board, Faisal Hasnan, right? But you know, Satyanada, Sundar, right? They may or may not give all their time, but they're obsessed enough with cricket, right? I could pull together a dream list of executives, plant them in as the USA Cricket Board, and we'd be in great shape. We just can't get there through democratic or the system we have. Is that our problem, that we just can't get to that point without intervention?
I think, not to jump in, I'm sorry. If you have a constitution, the constitution, I think, was formulated in such a way where the language fits what you'd want to see in a national governing body's constitution. The problem is when there are actions taking place that are in direct conflict with the Constitution, there is not enough remedial action taking place. And so if you allow the Constitution to be violated without any real consequence, number one, shame on us in the U.S. for accepting it. But number two, the ICC, I believe, would need to be a lot more proactive in being able to stamp out activities like that when they start taking place.
Right, let's jump into, you know, what are the things we can do, right? We talked about the challenges. We've talked about the challenges on the ground. We've talked about the governance challenge. So let's go down the row and just say, look, if you were in charge, right, what are some of the things in general, but especially in our context right now, what should we be doing to sort of forge the path forward and continue to, you know, we've got well-meaning people on the stage in this room who just want to get things to a good freaking place, right? Like Annika said, we just want to play as players, and we just want to see players develop and do well. So what are the things we should be doing now? If you were in charge, what would you do? This is going to be like rapid fire, like 30
Rapid
seconds.
fire. I'm in charge today. Number one, we reach to the larger audience. 325 million people I keep talking about. Number two, we have leaders who are committed to the growth of cricket and to the well-being of cricket in general, as opposed to their own well-being. I resigned from the board because I thought that I could do more for cricket off of the board than on it. And then number three, just keep in mind that people like Annika, people like Liam, people who are actually representing the country in red, white, and blue, those are the people who you need to get behind and support. Fix those three things, I think we're halfway there.
Annika?
Yeah, hard to top that, but kind of piggybacking off that, I think want to put more emphasis on really like backing your players. I mean, as youth at cricket, I mean, you are representing your players, so I think that is the most important thing. Number two, it was talked about a little earlier today, but grassroots level, I know that there's some differences about that, but for a grassroots level, like that number that Brian was talking about earlier, I think in a women's cricket standpoint, I think that it's one of the most important things. Like Liam was saying earlier, like, and I think Fiji was saying earlier, when you see all these stars kind of come into MLC, and obviously the goal is to play like MLC and MILC and go through that whole pathway, that's not stated yet for women's. And I think what we can do from a grassroots level itself is, a lot of girls, like, first of all, they don't really know what cricket is. Two, they also think it's kind of weird playing. Honestly speaking, I mean, like, I know how people talk about it at my age. I think kind of getting rid of that mindset. And I know some people are trying to add it to, like, the PE programs growing up, and I think that's going to kind of, like, move people away from that stereotype of saying, like, it's not a weird sport. Like, it's a very fun sport. It's a very popular sport. So I think it's getting more people, like, more inclined to wanting to pick up the bat and ball and genuinely be interested in it.
Liam?
Yeah, 100%. I think for me it's to get it into schools somehow. But I think this is a little bit... I've been here for 4 years. I have the background checks for coaching and working with kids. I can guarantee there's probably 80% of people coaching here that don't have that.
Yeah.
So for me, that's a big issue, and organisations are not going to get behind people who don't have that. So we need to build a system where everyone's checked. You're working with kids, and that's how you do it properly. And I think that's a huge issue. It's obviously a massive issue, so I'll try and stamp that out, and one of the first things I do would be that.
Yep, and you're doing that, right?
Fine, try my best,
Yeah. Viju?
It's a two-prong approach. The first prong is governance. So governance part, build a governance group with the professional, and the existing US has got enough database to talk about a non-professional or amateur cricket leagues or representation, and the third, the players. And these three communities, we need to bring them together and start building the governance process, one prong approach. And the same group, out of that you have a group who are potential investors who can establish and expand the infrastructure, so that need to continue. For the next year, what we need is the second prong, is a clear cricket calendar. We cannot wait. You need a cricket calendar immediately out there. So otherwise we will keep on talking about governance, execution will not happen. So we need to get it going with the execution prong also parallelly. They work in hand with the governance group actually. That need to be formed immediately with the support, with the consent from ICC. That's what I would say at this point.
Amazing. Thank you to all the panelists for taking all this time. Join me. All right. Thanks so much. Thank you. All right. So we have one last item of business to cover. Is Venki here? I don't see him in the room. Oh, there he is. Venki, can we get a handheld mic? Sorry, we have one there actually. Can you bring up the hand? Yeah. Well, we've got this one. Can you just turn this one up? This is mic 1. Yeah. All right. Do you want to say a few words first? And then okay. So we're about to present the winner and announce the winner. Before that, Venki, as we know, is the co-owner of the Unicorns and the partner with the Cricket Impact Group on this event. We wanted to ask him to say a couple words.
No, I just wanted to say it was the quality of the companies was amazing. So I just wanted to make sure, we've been asking people all the hard questions. Just wanted to say it was really good. It's a little hard to judge events like this because you see companies across a wide spectrum of revenues and business at some level. That's why you have stage-based investing. There are super early-stage investors. There are more late-stage investors. Putting them all in one bucket makes it really hard. The default tendency is to pick the slightly later-stage companies. So I just want everybody to be aware of that because those are easier to evaluate and predict. And honestly, the other thing I would say is I get maybe this right 10% of the time, right? Please be aware. And that is actually very, very, very good, if you can get it right 10% of the time. So to all the companies that showed up, thank you so much for being here.
Yeah, and can we ask Sanjay and Adam to come up on stage to help present the winner with their awards? Adam, be careful about it. Adam has the winner. The motion up in the home zone. Yeah, exactly. All right, and the winner. Anyway, just before we do that, but while I have everyone's attention, I said it earlier. We really appreciate what everyone joining this Crick Exec Forum. Like I said, Adam was kind enough to brand it the Crick Exec Forum, but it was the two of us working on this, me, Harper, executing on it, the Cricket Impact Group, and us, Adam and I both had the idea of this competition, and it's turned out to be, would you say, everything we hoped it would be?
Absolutely, even more.
Yeah. So the winner of the first Innovation Challenge, the Crick Exec Innovation Challenge, is Pro Velocity Cricket. Let's take a picture of the check. All right. Yeah, we're all in the picture. Can you get closer? Yeah.
Beautiful, guys.
Thank you so much.
Number one rule of investing.
Yeah, wait.
Number one rule of investing: the guy who needs the money the least is always the one who gets it.
Yeah. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you. A big shout out to Z. Well done, everyone. Big round of applause to Z. Thank you so much. That wraps up the Cricket Impact Summit and Expo. I think one main thing is the conversation doesn't need to stop here. Let's talk all year round. Let's grow this beautiful game that we all love. Thank you so much. Safe travels back to everywhere you came from. We'll see you soon. I'll hand back to Z.
And see you next year. Right?
See you in Dallas. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Oh, yeah, absolutely. Can you cut my mic, please? It's a hard mic.
All right, everyone, one quick announcement as everyone is making their way out. We want to remind everyone that the expo room is going to be closing in just a few minutes. The staff at the hotel will be locking those doors, so we need to make sure if you have anything in the expo space, please make your way in there as soon as possible to remove anything that is left in that room. Once again, we would like to ask for everyone in this room who has something in the expo space to please make your way over and move those items out of the expo room at this time. Thank you so much for coming out. Safe travels. Have a good night.